One.
Let me see if there's somebody. Okay. Okay, well, welcome to the February 5th, 2026 meeting of the Northampton City Council. I'm City Council President Rachel Maori. I'll be presiding this evening along with Vice President Clemmer. If any of you have your volumes up, could you turn them all the way off on your laptops? Thank you. I now call the City Council to order. Can you take the roll call, please, Laura?
Sure. Councilor Davis. Present. Councilor Dobbs.
Here.
Councilor Clemmer.
Here.
Councilor Loisel.
Here.
Councilor Maori.
Here.
Councilor Nabad.
Here.
Councilor Perry.
Here.
Councilor Robbins.
Here.
And Councilor Stratton.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Excellent. Okay. I need to announce that you're being audio and video recorded, this meeting and on Zoom. And the meeting can be watched on Channel 15 Comcast or streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube channel. Tonight, we have a couple of the public hearings before we get to public comment. So we will need to open the public hearings. So I would look for a motion to open the public hearings.
I move to open the public hearing.
Great.
Second.
Okay, so motion made by Councilor Clemmer, second by Councilor Nabad. Okay. Okay. And we have all, just a point of information, all votes tonight will be roll call because we have councilors who are remote, just so you, okay.
Councilor Davis. Yes. Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Loisel.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Nabad.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Robbins.
Yes.
And Councilor Stratton.
Yes.
Okay, so we're all set. So yeah, this public hearing is 25.355, National Grid Petition for Park Hill Road. We will be holding this in, as per MGL Chapter 166, Section 22, 630. This is a National Grid petition to relocate one South singly owned pole and install new mid-span pole on Park Hill Road to accommodate a service upgrade request. So I think we have a representative from National Grid here.
Yes, Ken
Excellent.
Kriegel with National Grid.
Would you say?
Ken Kriegel with National Grid.
Hi, welcome, Ken. So we'll hear from Ken first, and then we'll go to the public.
So this pole is in front of the customer that it will serve. We don't have a pole available to install a transformer in that area. They're all used up by underground primary services to transformers up long driveways.
Okay. Is there any proponents from the public on Zoom or in the room that would like to speak to this petition? Just make sure. I think I see one hand. Oh, do we have a hand? Oh. Okay. Would you mind coming up and so we could be part of the public record? Thank you so much. Just say your name and whatever you would like to.
Janice Hanley.
Okay.
We just put in solar panels and we need the pole
No.
to upgrade for the,
Thank you for putting in solar panels.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so is there anyone, I see, so this is to speak to this is only the public hearing to speak to the petition for the Park Hill Road. I see Michael Stein. Let me just, you see his hand? Okay. Okay. Michael? Can someone, it's not working on mine. Can you see if you can unmute him? Maybe it's something. We're having a technical problem. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I just asked, I got it.
Oh, you got it?
Oh, he just left.
Oh,
Either way.
okay. I hope it's working, though.
Maybe
All right.
just,
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I don't see anyone in Zoom. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak to this, either for or against? Please, okay. All right, thank you. Counselors, do you have any questions for Ken? This is an item that we're not going to vote on right now, but we will be voting on later as part of the agenda. Okay, I think that, seeing none, we can move on. Thank you, Ken. And then do we open another, do we need to close this one? Yeah, okay, so we're going to close this one and do the other. Thank you, Ken. We'll be voting on this later. Okay, so then we need a motion to close this public hearing.
Could I make a motion to close this hearing and open the other one?
No.
Okay, never mind.
No, but
Just to
I
close this
admire
one.
your efficiency, though. I admire the efficiency. It's possible, but just because I don't know, I'm not going to say no. So we have a motion to, Gwen, do you have?
I just unmuted to second.
Yeah. You have to, yeah, we only use the microphones, and then you have to, so when they're green, and then you can turn them, when you're not speaking, if you'd like, you can turn them to red.
Okay, thank you. So I was just trying to second Chris Stratton's.
Thank you. Great. So we have a motion from Councilor Stratton, a second, Councilor Nabad. This is on closing the public hearing.
Counselor Dobbs,
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer,
yes.
Counselor Loisel,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nabad,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Robbins,
Yes.
Counselor Stratton,
Yes.
and Counselor Dobbs. Sorry, Davis.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes the closing. And now,
like to-
surprise, we have to open.
I'd like to open the public hearing for the next poll.
Yeah,
petition.
okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion from Councilor Clemmer, a second from Councilor Loisel. So I'll just read this, and we need, after we vote, usually I say it first. So this is a motion to open that public hearing, yeah.
Roll call?
Yeah.
Okay. Counselor Clemmer,
Yes.
Counselor Loisel,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nabad,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Robbins,
Yes.
Counselor Stratton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis, and Counselor Dobbs.
Yes.
Okay, so this second hearing is open. This is the public hearing on 25.357, National Grid Verizon petition to install a jointly owned and mid-span poles and relocate existing pole number 15 on Holly Street. And so, yeah, same thing, we're the National Grid, but this one's National Grid Verizon to install a jointly owned mid-span and relocate it. Yes, are you speaking to this too, Ken? Welcome again.
So that is a very busy street, and there's 3 new buildings going in on one lot, and they are too close right now to meet the minimum building and OSHA clearances. And we've recently relocated those poles for the sidewalks projects a couple of years ago. And we are very limited as to where we can move them. These are the only 2 locations they can go.
Okay. Are there anyone in the public who would like to speak to this on Zoom or in the room? I have a question. Has there been any kind of there's been outreach to abutters and no negative feedback?
The city
About the
reaches out to
location.
the abutters. If we don't hear anything back, we leave it up to you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Counselor.
Yeah, I was
Stratton.
just curious if you could elaborate on what you meant by like the OSHA clearance issue. It just sounded interesting.
So the building has to be at least 10 feet away when they're working on it, on scaffolding, on the siding and everything. The lines are getting raised up and brought out. The roof line is actually going to be about like this, and the wire is going to be about here, and they have diagonally just over 10 feet after we move these and tighten up our construction.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Let's wait a sec. Does anyone have any other counselors have questions? Okay, so we need to move to close the.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay. Motion made by Counselor Clemmer, second by Counselor Davis. Thank you, Ken.
Roll call? Yeah. Okay. Counselor Loisel,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nabad,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Robbins,
Yes.
Counselor Stratton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis, Counselor Dubbs,
Yes.
and Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Okay, so that public hearing is closed. Thank you for your patience, public. I have the sheet here on Zoom. So if you wish to make a public comment now, that we're starting the public comment period, can you note the time?
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you for reminding me.
Please sign up. Yeah, we did that. And on Zoom, raise your hand using the bottom menu feature. Click on React and raise hand. If you are calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you're having trouble raising your virtual hand, you can you can't turn on your video anymore. But you could try to let us know. You can submit. Someone having trouble? Oh no! Yes. Okay. So if you want to submit a written public comment, please email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov, and it will be sent to all the counselors and will be submitted as part of the public record. And so as usual, I'll alternate between people in the room and people on Zoom. Before you begin, please state your name and if your city or town, and please feel free to share your pronouns. To ensure everyone has equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to a maximum of 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, I will ask you to finish your sentence. If someone has already said something you agree with, feel free just to second that thought. And according to council rules, we do not respond during public comment, and it's your time to speak. Your protected speech is a constitutional right, and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with the recognition that this is a public space that we share, and it grants you the freedom to be here and so for everyone else. So if you need an accommodation, please, for like additional time or any kind of accessibility purpose in terms of making a public comment, please reach out to me or our admin assistant, Laura, in advance of the meeting, so we can make that accommodation. For all other access accommodations, reach out to our ADA coordinator, who's listed on this agenda. And you may speak on any topic. It does not need to be an item on our agenda. And all comments are to be directed to the council. Okay, so I will start with the room, and you all are going to help me make sure we see everyone on Zoom. Mm-hmm. Okay, so first I see Nick Mautern. Okay. Two different ones, yeah.
Thank you. Good evening. I've asked Laura to help me with this. This is a picture of L3 Harris in Northampton. And today, as the last nuclear weapons control treaty between the United States and Russia expires, I want to show you the new sign on the front of the L3 Harris Technologies plant in Northampton. It is a beacon of death on a factory that makes periscopes for U.S. submarines that carry nuclear missiles with the power to kill all life on Earth. The new sign, approved by the city just last December, represents a corporation that is sending weapons to Israel to enable U.S.-Israeli genocide against the Palestinian people. L3 Harris is also providing surveillance equipment, not only to Israel, but to ICE and Border Patrol, enabling their agents to terrorize and violate the human rights of residents of Northampton and the United States. The new sign affirms that this beautiful piece of land on which the L3 plant sits has been horribly degraded to a place of war industry and thus a place of greed, immense sorrow, and shame. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay, on Zoom, I see Dan Brundell. Let me see if I can do it. I think it's something.
I did it with the blue box.
Yeah. No, it's just, yeah. Dan?
Yeah, can you turn on my video? I think it's not letting me.
Oh, yeah. There's the pause this time until I,
Yeah.
now he's not there. Did he go away?
Somebody
Hold on
else
just a
wants to
second.
sign up, Counselor.
Is there a paper there?
Yeah. Can you find
It
him
says,
and unmute
disabled
his-
by host.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Not a problem.
There we go. Okay. It says it's on. Let me see. Yeah, it says it's on mine, but let's keep looking. Maybe it's something about our new settings. Do you see? Mine says
I
it's
don't even
on.
see his name.
Can you?
Oh, there he goes.
It says that his video's on. Is yeah, off or on? Can you do that? Because mine says it's on. You just push. Can you select it?
Okay, you know what? I just toggled on start video, so let's see if that.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we did it, Dan.
All right.
evening.
Start the clocks. Hi, my name's Dan Brindell. I'm in Ward 3, Northampton. For a lot of us, this was a pretty disappointing week, a little bit frustrating. We saw the school committee hand down what was a compromise decision on how much money they thought they needed for the year. And then we saw the mayor decide to actually ask for less money in her ultimate budget. We saw a budget and finance presentation last week in which it was very clear that the city planned on plowing ahead with a lot of the projects, a lot of the free cash, all of these things, major issues during the campaign last year. And, you know, a lot of you and a lot of members of the school committee who had, I think, very valid questions, in some cases were completely disregarded, and many others were just not answered. This is very frustrating because these were the major issues that were discussed in the campaign. One candidate during the campaign said, being mayor is not a one-person job. To get things done and make things better requires robust collaboration. That candidate was Mayor Sciarra. But at the same time, she's here disregarding what the school committee is passing down, disregarding what the city council is asking. To be clear, the mayor did not win a majority of Northampton. She won a plurality. She got 49% to her competitor's 48.5%. She lost Ward 3, Ward 6, and Ward 7. Meanwhile, most of you councilors, Councilor 5, 6, and 7, all got more votes in your ward than the mayor did. The same goes for many of the school committee members. That's Ward 3, Ward 5, Ward 6, Ward 7, Ward 1, all far more votes than the mayor did. In some cases, for instance, Councilmember Chris Stratton, over 200 more votes. And yet he's been disregarded in his questions to this mayor. The school committee's decisions have been disregarded by this mayor. The mayor also said how much we can accomplish when we unite, collaborate, and do the hard work together. We are asking
Could
for
you
the
finish
mayor
your sentence,
to do the
please,
hard
Dan?
work.
It's 2 minutes.
Yep. We are asking for the mayor to do the hard work of working with the rest of us, collaborating with the rest of us, and allowing the city to unite. And that happens when she listens to you guys, when she listens to the school committee, and when she doesn't just exercise
Well,
she can do through the charter,
That
but
was
actually
time,
does
Dan.
what she should do. The last sentence.
that's
You've interrupted twice.
okay, we're done.
Just because the charter
No,
says she.
no. Okay, so in the room, we have Laura Belushi. Welcome. Can you turn his camera off to him?
Hello, good evening, Laura Belushi, Ward 4. Okay. Demilitarize Western Mass. Stop L3 Harris Coalition. Apartheid-free Western Mass. Jewish Voice for Peace. Veterans for Peace. All these groups co-signed the Mayor for Peace proclamation that I presented at the last open meeting a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago. Okay, I ran out of time, got called, and I wasn't able to read those co-signing names. Those are pretty big groups, okay? Then a couple of them are national groups. So this leads to our question. How does Mayor Shara and the City Council justify their unquestioning support for L3 Harris and balance that with your membership in Mayors for Peace, that mission signed in 2005 that the mayor at the time agrees to abide by the mission for peace signed established many years ago after the atomic bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was started by one of the mayors in Hiroshima. And thousands of communities all over the world have signed to that, including Northampton. So in your closed sessions, we are asking you to talk about this. How do you balance that? I want to know. We want to know. It's a valid question. And I hope that at some point you will come back with an answer. In the meantime, I will keep asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. All right. Let's go on back to Zoom. I see Michael Stein. Let me see if I can unmute. Yep.
Not working?
Mike. Oh, yeah. Hold.
There it goes.
Michael, you should be unmuted and your camera. Good.
Thank you. My name is Mike Stein. I'm a resident of Columbus Ave in Northampton and the school committee representative for Ward 4. I'm speaking tonight on the mid-year appropriation request in front of you this evening. On January 22nd, the school committee considered 3 mid-year appropriation proposals. One of those proposals was passed by a supermajority of the school committee, 9 votes yes and 1 abstention by the chair of the school committee. In our motion, we instructed the superintendent to bring forth a request to the mayor for an order to appropriate the funds that reflected exactly the items and amounts we voted on. The superintendent produced such a request. Unfortunately, the mayor unilaterally chose to ignore the request of her colleagues on the school committee and brought forward a substantially smaller amount for your consideration tonight. While the mayor can bring forward any order she wants, what particularly troubles me is that she appears to have directed the superintendent to provide a list of priorities that corresponded to the amount she wanted to offer, and then included that list in her order tonight. This is a fundamental overreach of her authority. No single member can direct the work of district personnel. The superintendent is not like the other department heads that report to the mayor. The superintendent reports to the school committee. And in this instance, the mayor has entirely circumvented the body. Throughout the last 2 years of budget fights, we have heard endlessly from the mayor's supporters about the need for collaboration and are met instead with unilateral decisions imposed upon the schools that contradict the votes of the school committee. Where are the calls for the mayor to actually collaborate, to lead a process of collaboration? She chose to not even notify the school committee about the order she was bringing, let alone consult us beforehand. She chose not to engage in the deliberation about the mid-year appropriation that she chaired on January 22nd. As I have previously said, the only collaboration that's tolerated is being a collaborator and imposing the budget one person has decided. I've heard some people refer to this order as a compromise, but a compromise between whom? In fact, it only continues to compromise our ability to meet our legal and moral obligations to the children of Northampton. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay. Back to the room. We have Megan Wolf.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Megan Wolf, Northampton. I want to offer a brief comment on the mid-year appropriation before the council. I want to start by being very clear. I strongly support sustained and adequate funding for our public schools. Our schools are central to this community, and ensuring they have the resources they need is always a priority. At the same time, mid-year appropriations are, by nature, unusual. The annual budget process exists so that the priorities can be considered together, trade-offs weighed transparently, and decisions made with a full understanding of the long-term impacts. It's important that we not unintentionally re-legislate a complete budget process outside of that framework, except when circumstances truly warrant it. In this case, I appreciate that the mayor has brought forward a focused and sensible request, rather than an open-ended one. It reflects an effort to respond to real needs in our schools while still respecting the city's overall fiscal structure. I also want to thank the mayor for last week's budget presentation. It made clear the sheer number of priorities the city is balancing at once: schools, housing, infrastructure, public safety, and core municipal services, and the care with which those priorities are being managed. I appreciate that thoughtful and disciplined approach, and I hope the council can consider this request in a way that supports our schools while preserving the integrity of our budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Back to Zoom. I see Danny. Asked to unmute.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening, Danny.
Thanks for having me. Oh, you want to do something? Just kind of go ahead. Let's do this. Go ahead. Sorry, there was a bit of confusion over who was making the comment. This is regarding the proposed four-way stop at Finn and Prospect.
Oh, Danny, could you just state your full name and address for the record? Thank you.
It's Danielle McCann, 32 Perkins Avenue, Northampton.
Thank you.
So regarding the proposed four-way stop at Finn and Prospect that has its first reading tonight, I just want to say that intersection is very confusing, and having raised kids in this neighborhood, it's terrifying to send kids alone in that direction, to have to try to cross there, like to go to the campus school playground or the hill at the Clark School to go sledding. I think that it's a real improvement to make it a four-way stop, or an all-way stop, I should say, not four, because it's three. There's been talk about it not being enough, which may be true. However, this would be quick and easy and inexpensive, and I do think it's a nice, nice first move to force cars to slow down and thereby make it safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Back in the room, we have Al Simon.
Oh, good evening, Al Simon, Ward 2. I'm sure you're surprised to see me here tonight speaking in favor of the mid-year appropriation. I do know you have only three choices tonight. The first is to pass the order as written. Second is to reduce the order by some amount. The third is to kill it entirely. You do not have the authority to increase it. I am extremely frustrated that that is the decision to be made tonight. And I promise you, I have not coordinated my comments with anybody else. But the topic here is collaboration, the word that we heard over and over and over and over again last year. Collaboration means more people get to be part of the decision making. School committee, all elected, like everybody else, all 9 of the elected school committee members unanimously passed a proposal for consideration by the mayor and the city council, $790,000. I did expect actually that would be the order, and I expected the mayor would have an opinion on what she thought ought to happen, which does in fact carry a lot of weight here. And that would allow for actual deliberation, discussion, and decision-making by many people, which is what we need. That is not what we have. It is a huge missed opportunity and a signal that nothing has still quite changed since the election. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, back on Zoom, I see Jody R. Oh, I got it. Yeah. Welcome, Jody.
Good evening. I live on Prospect Street in Northampton, and I have a little different perspective on the suggested ordinance change to an always stop on Finn and Prospect. I feel like with the new stoplight that went in on State Street and Finn, there's already a backup of traffic. It does provide a safer crosswalk. And I feel like to put another either stop sign or stoplight at the curve on Finn will just create a bottleneck between that stoplight and the rest of Prospect Street going either direction. And I think it will create more problems than it would solve. I do agree with Danny that it is a dangerous crosswalk there where the corner curves, and maybe there is some kind of signage or something that could be put up that would slow traffic and alert them to the challenges for pedestrians going around that corner. But I don't think putting in a four-way stop is going to solve the problem.
Thank you, Jody. Okay, back in the room, Adam Novick.
Hi, I'm Adam Novitt from 17 Hooker Avenue in Northampton, and I'm speaking in favor of the all-way stop on Finn and Prospect. It's an area that we walk through frequently. That crosswalk is too long, and it's confusing for the cars because of the corner. People are treating it like a high-speed corner, and some people are already stopping there because they think that a stop sign is supposed to be there. And I just think that putting a stop sign there would be a clarifying. It would clarify what's happening at the corner, and it would also slow cars down because, you know, if I'm walking back from Smith College, I may take a different route just to not walk through there. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay. Back on Zoom. Yeah. What did you say? We have a couple. No, not quite. Back on Zoom, I see Renika. Let me see if I can unmute you. Okay. I don't know if you're doing it or I'm doing it. Welcome, Renika.
All right. So, can you see me?
Hi. You could state your name and your city.
Okay,
or city. Thanks.
Yes. So, hello, my name is Renika Montgomery Tomaclo, and I live in Ward 3, and I am the school committee member for my ward. My comments tonight are my own and are not representative of either the school committee or Ward 3. I am here to talk about the mid-year appropriation funding that is on the agenda tonight. On January 22nd, a special meeting of the school committee called by Member Weisingfront and I was held. We wanted to address the urgent needs of our students and staff. We presented an initial request of $925,000 with the understanding that the numbers may change based on hiring needs, such as staff levels, steps, and things like that. Superintendent Bonner gave us a mid-year appropriation of $587,000, including an $123,000 that she had initially overlooked to have for student services, and we finally approved 9 yay, 1 abstaining, with the mayor abstaining, a compromised appropriation of $790,000. Tonight's request, which is $500,000 less than what we asked for, is an insult. On Monday, we heard testimony that the middle schoolers are severely underperforming in ELA to the point where only 17% of the students are turning in work that meets or exceeds expectations. If you look at MCAS data, we are doing somewhat better with 46% of our students meeting or exceeding expectations, but that means that more than half of our students are failing to meet expectations. For a city with such high reserves, we are doing a poor job of educating all of our children. We are failing our moral and legal obligations to these students. Compulsory education means just that. Everyone is required to attend school. By not providing our children with the skills they need to succeed, we are creating barriers to opportunity. We are shifting costs back to the parents, to the community, and to the children themselves. If the parents cannot afford to pay for supplemental services, their children suffer. Children that have low literacy levels grow into adults that struggle to succeed. They face higher unemployment, higher levels of poverty, and lower social mobility. We are setting up our children to fail. The idea that we can't afford to properly
Renika,
fund the
that's
schools,
the time. Could you please just finish your sentence?
even as we sit on $2.1 million in free cash, that is more than double our original ask, seems disingenuous to me, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Renika. Okay, back in the room, I see Abby Spector. Welcome.
Hi, Abby Spector from Winterberry Lane in Florence. I'm here tonight because I've been increasingly concerned by a trend in the political discourse in the city that I believe is important to address. Democracy is messy, and my side doesn't always win, and in a small middle-class community like Northampton, in today's world, local politics is often about making difficult financial choices with very limited resources. Few of these decisions will leave everyone satisfied. What concerns me is the loss of recognizing that, though we might disagree, we all have the best interest of Northampton at heart. When words like authoritarianism, totalitarianism, corrupt, and fascism are used to describe the other side, good intent is a casualty. Not winning a budget vote or an election does not mean we are under authoritarian rule. This approach destroys our sense of community. At the same time, I do believe Trump represents a very real threat to democracy nationally, which is exactly why our language matters so much. I hope all of us, residents and elected officials alike, can begin by seeing good intent in the other, no matter how passionately we might disagree on an issue. To be thoughtful and careful about our use of language, be hard on the problem and soft on the people. If not, I fear we will just be joining Trump's project of destroying and dehumanizing those we disagree with. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see. Back to Zoom. iPhone 2. I'm unmuting you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maritha Wallace. I am a paraprofessional at JFK Middle School. And the first thing I would just like to say is Happy Black History Month, because it seems that has been forgotten in all of what's going on. And I just like to remind people of that is where we are right now. It is Black History Month. With that being said, I would like to say, while I think $290,000 would be an amazing amount of money for the schools to have, thank you, that would be great. We also need more. We have, as Renika has said, low scores in reading and in math, and we actually need the help because we want to reach our kids. We want to give them all that they need to succeed in this world, especially the ones that are black and brown and tan like me. We need to, when budgets are not met and the students need more help and we can't give it to them, that affects Black and brown students more than it does other people, just due to the fact that they're Black and brown. So I would ask for the full amount of $500,000 that was asked for, and I am trying my best to use my nice voice, but I am asking because I stand in a gap where my face represents what an advocate for students of color. Thank you so much. Again, happy Black History Month. Read a book about the history of Northampton. I think that would be fantastic because there were slaves there too. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Maritha. Okay, back in the room. We've got Anat Weisenfront, and we're almost. Welcome.
Hey, thank you, everybody. Hi, my name is Anat Weisenfreund. I live in Northampton. I'm speaking as a resident and as a member of the school committee, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the school committee. Just to be clear, on January 22nd, the school committee held a special meeting to put forth the mid-year appropriation. We've heard about this. There were 3 plans. The first plan in the amount of $925,000 included critical resources for every school. The second, developed by the superintendent, was in the amount of about $464,000. And the third plan that was ultimately approved was in the amount of $790,175. As you know, the mayor is also chair of the school committee, but when she chaired the meeting where we deliberated the mid-year appropriation, she did not offer any fiscal or programmatic input. Tonight, she's asking you to vote on a financial order totaling $290,317, approximately $500,000 less than what we requested, the school committee requested. The order also includes specific instructions for how those funds are to be spent. The mayor has not let the school committee know why she chose to cut our request, and I do not yet know how she decided to spend the proposed appropriation. Did she work directly with the superintendent on this proposal, entirely bypassing the school committee? Counselors, please ask that question tonight. You will recall that during the mayor's re-election campaign, as has been stated, she spoke about collaborating with the school committee. Sadly, this now seems like a hollow election promise. Through this order, Mayor Shara acts against the vote of a supermajority of the school committee, chose not to inform our democratically elected body ahead of time, and did not allow the body to deliberate on how this new amount of money should be best spent. Lastly, the mayor's unilateral action, unmoored from the scope of the actual needs of the district, makes it clear yet again of the necessity of the city council to opt in. This is our only path towards open and more democratic budget choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Anat. Let's see. Thank you. I'll remember it's Phil. Back to Zoom. I see Quaverly. Let me unmute you. Doop. Boop. Oh, okay. You should be unmuted, Quaverly.
Great. So I wasn't able to be a toilet paper roll tonight. They don't have that filter on Zoom, but I'll try to figure out how to do that. This is Quaverly Rothenberg, immediate past Ward 3 City Councilor. And as I return to my work as a court stenographer, I am reminded of what a kangaroo council this is. It's so disappointing to hear actual deliberation, actual rulings, actual arguments, actual questions and answers taking place in courts of law, and then compare that to what happens here, where Councilor Maori cuts off questions that are extremely pertinent to the matters at hand in the name of efficiency, or maybe to avoid what she perceives as conflict. I would encourage her to listen to the substance of the questions and answers and give space, even if she doesn't understand them or thinks there is conflict, for them to be answered, because they're highly relevant. I also note that we always talk about bias, relationships, and things like that when we're listening to witnesses and instructing jurors on how to weigh the credibility of their testimony. Abby Spector, daughter of a former longtime counselor who groomed the mayor, she spoke tonight and said she doesn't like how divisive things are. Megan Wolf, wife of the mayor's chief of staff, spoke tonight and said she thinks the mayor's doing a great job balancing needs. I see Jen Neary in the audience. She doesn't like being named the treasurer of Lori Loisel's campaign, and that I point out hypocrisy in the zoning changes that she loves to support and champion when they affect her neighbors negatively and affect her beneficially financially, but she doesn't like when we point out that she wouldn't like if the shoe were on the other foot. It is Black History Month, and we live in America, which is neoliberal, which is full of inverted totalitarianism. The mayor's not special in that
Quaverly,
regard.
that's time. Could you finish your sentence, please?
The mayor is not special in that regard. This is the system we are in. Bridge Street School is being defunded, underfunded in Black History Month, our most diverse school of color. You should be ashamed.
Thank you, Quaverly. Back in the room, we have Phil Wilson.
Hello, my name is Phil Wilson. I live in Ward 1. A couple of days ago, I got an email from the mayor. I'm not quite sure why. It might have something to do with my requesting a 15-minute audience. But this email is very disappointing. And I'll read a couple sections. It says, local police officers do not inquire about immigration status in the course of routine policing or collect immigration information, and city resources are not used to carry out federal immigration enforcement activities. At the same time, local law enforcement does not interfere with federal actions carried out under lawful authority. What lawful authority? That's my aside. And does not take actions that would escalate risk or undermine public safety. The city approach is grounded in restraint, professionalism, and adherence to clear legal boundaries. Sounds good, but the mayor didn't even include the phone number for Luce in case anybody is really threatened by ICE. And this is pure euphemism, cowardice, and gaslighting. Everything ICE does is illegal. ICE commits crimes against humanity by masking, detaining without legal basis, conducting warrantless searches, and invading private spaces with no warrants. The one and only response that defends our legal and human rights would be to deploy the Northampton police to arrest ICE agents who violate civil rights of local residents. The police chief of Philadelphia actually set that precedent by promising to do just that. I don't hear Mayor Ciara supporting any measure of resistance. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I missed something. Really?
That's time. Could you just finish your sentence, please?
Okay. On the issue of the obscene sign at L3 Harris, mentioned earlier, our government is blind to irony. It is a mandate of L3 to inflict trauma on the planet, and L3 bears down fiercely on our local mental health, standing right across from ServiceNet and DMH. I hope Deb Clemmer, our Ward 2 City Councilor, is all over this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to Zoom. I may mispronounce this, but Kia McCann. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. And tell me how to pronounce your name.
It's Kaya McCann.
Kaya. Okay. Thank
you. Yeah. Can you see me?
No. Can you? Are you able to? You were having.
It says it's been.
Oh, wait. Now try. Yeah. Can you do it now, Kaya?
Yeah. Thank you.
Great.
My name is Kaya McCann. I am a 9th grader at NHS High School, and I live in Ward 1, just a few blocks from the intersection in Finn and Prospect. This intersection is on the walking and biking path both in elementary and high school. I use this intersection daily. Cars do not have adequate sight lines to see pedestrians in the crosswalk. I know this because I've almost been hit by cars while in the crosswalk. I should not be made to be afraid to walk to school. A small inconvenience to vehicles is worth protecting me and my friends. I'm sorry to ask vehicles to prioritize children, but the design of this intersection does not naturally support vehicles to make good choices. Please approve the stop sign at Finn and Prospect. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaya. Okay, back in the room. We have Dennis Moore. And so 90 minutes, whatever.
Hello, I'm Dennis Moore. I'm a resident of Northampton in Ward 3, and I'm a member of the Western Mass Club of the Communist Party, USA. I have a lot to say, but I'll be brief and quick. So L3 Harris, I urge the City Council to pass a weapons manufacturing ban. It has been said that doing so will not kick L3 Harris out. It won't, but it will do a bunch of things, including preventing them from expanding, preventing other weapons manufacturers from moving in, and also sending a clear message that we don't want them in this city. Northampton has a long history of peace. It's Black History Month. Sojourner Truth lived here. She was an advocate of peace. Having L3 Harris is a stain on the history of this city. Second, ICE. I was disappointed in the mayor and the police chiefs and the commissioner of the Health and Human Services Agency's statement the other day. The main issue is that ICE is doing illegal things over and over and over again. They're ignoring court orders. They're brutalizing people in the streets. They're kidnapping people. They do not care about the laws. What is our police going to do about it? It's not enough that they just don't aid ICE. They have to stop them if they're doing anything illegal, and I want that made explicit. Also, appropriate funding for the schools and for Finn and Prospect. I only drive through there, but I also think there should be a stop sign. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Now we are, let's see, back on Zoom. I see Luke. Let me make sure, I gotta unmute you. Make sure you're, and I'm video. So you should be able to,
Thanks. I actually am like under the weather right now,
Oh, okay.
so I'm leaving my video off.
Okay.
Feel good. But hello, my name is Luke Rotello. I live in Ward 5, and I was reelected as co-chair of the Western Massachusetts Club of the Communist Party USA at our conference last weekend. Echoing a lot of Dennis's points, I expressed my significant concerns with Mayor Shera's mid-year appropriation proposal, as well as our city's woefully inadequate response to ICE at a meeting with Councilor Davis yesterday. I'm really hoping that tonight's meeting will lead to greater clarity as to why $250,000 from the mid-year appropriation request was removed without written justification, and also to see some more concrete action and some more dialogue in regards to really moving the needle forward on what, again, is a very inadequate, very sort of consultant speak response to ICE so far. But in a separate but related vein, again, apologies that I can't make it tonight, but if I am seeing this right, there's a portrait of Frederick Douglass behind Councilor Robbins, which is a gift from our club intended for the walls of the council chamber. In honor of this Black History Month taking place in a period of such deep reaction, we hope that this contribution can stand as a proud shared symbol of the struggle for multiracial democracy in our city and society. We have so very far to go, but as stands our call to action, forward together. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, back in the room, Jen Neary.
Hi there. I'm Jen Neri. I live in Ward 3. I'm very excited to see more safety-oriented progress being made on intersections and segments of road around town. I love the emphasis on safety. I'm not sure that we're always achieving it. What we have with the three-way stop at Finn and Prospect is another proposal from Fuss and O'Neill that strikes me as very short-sighted, not really in line with best practices around creating safer roads for vulnerable users like bicyclists and pedestrians. The Finn and Prospect intersection has far too long a crosswalk. Even with stop signs, it's still far too long. People with mobility challenges are going to really still continue to have a problem there. I think that there are other solutions that could also be very cheap, that would narrow the road with paint, concrete blocks in the short term, narrowing the road, making it a sharper turn without stopping every single car that goes through the intersection would still slow traffic quite a bit and could actually put pedestrians further forward. This is following on the recently approved high school intersection on Elm Street and Woodlawn. That is by many, in many of our regards, sort of a highway. It's not much of an improvement considering the cost that we're paying for it. And we're still weighing the Prospect Street improvement. And bicyclists that I know are like, that's no improvement whatsoever. So I think Fuss and O'Neill needs to be questioned, and I think our DPW needs to be a little bit more insistent on real bike provisions and real crosswalk provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, back on Zoom, we've got Melissa Makaborski. Let me just see if I can make sure your video can start. All right. Can you start your video, Melissa? Do you
Not
want
sure.
to?
Talk without it. Fine.
No, it's okay. Let me. Okay.
Okay. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Melissa Makaborski, I live in Northampton. Quick thoughts on the mid-year appropriation. Would I like you to approve it? Yes, please do. Do I think this is how we should be managing our finances? No, I absolutely do not. I think we should be budgeting effectively using the ample revenue that we have, which I am certain that we have enough to fully fund our schools if we really want to and if we really try. Do I think this addresses the needs of the students? Absolutely not. I can provide you with a lot of evidence and proof about that and the process and why it's flawed. But the quick summary is a lot of the kids at JFK can't read at grade level. This mid-year appropriation does absolutely nothing to address that. So no, it is not addressing the needs of the students. It's giving campus safety monitors to JFK to address the behavior issues that are happening for the kids. And I'll tell you something, when kids can't read, they act out. And it's not the kids' fault. It's because we haven't taught them how to read. We have the means to do that, but we're choosing not to do it. We need to fix the actual problems. We actually have to talk to each other. The kids are depending on that. So we need to start to figure this out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back in the room, we have Zara Usman. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Zara Usman. I'm a senior at Northampton High School. I live at 109 High Street in Florence. Yeah, I only have a few more months to bother you guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm gonna start with my more mundane topic. I was trying to park yesterday, and I hate technology. Notebook, not phone. So I was trying to pay with quarters, and the meter or whatever the parking thing is said that it was unavailable and to try again later and that I should get the app. Well, I don't want to get the app. That's a lot of work. And I don't think that we should have to use a third-party app to pay for parking in our city. So can you please make it free if something like that goes wrong? What is playing? Because that was really frustrating, and not everyone owns a phone, and it's a really inaccessible thing. It goes beyond my simple dislike of technology, which I admit is a little bit ridiculous. Okay, as Al pointed out about the mid-year appropriation, you guys don't have the authority to increase it. That's really annoying. My principal came up to me and was like, Zara, I'm so sorry, I forgot the one thing that the student union requested on the mid-year appropriation. If you guys had the authority to increase it, we could add that one thing, which would be not that much, a few $1,000s to get us the Chromebooks we need to successfully implement the new digital hall pass system at NHS. Because yes, we are going to have a lot of expensive initiatives coming up at NHS that I'm sure you guys are all really excited to pay for. The mid-year appropriations can only do so much. They're coming in mid-year. Please pass it. NHS desperately needs the literacy intervention and the specialists and technology that would go from this appropriation. But even more than that, get ready, because with the phone ban next year, we're going to have even more money that you guys are going to need to spend. So let's just think about how this is going to go. And to end my little comment, I just got my letter from the clerk to register to vote because my birthday was last week. So very excited to do that for the first time.
Thank you, Sarah. Happy birthday. Okay. We're back on Zoom. I see Jada. Let's see. Okay. And let me see if you're...
Hello.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Welcome. I actually thought I would be here presenting one of our city councilors, president an award, but I'm home, but I'm here. Guys, I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm from Ward 3, Jada, and I'm here this evening. And I don't have to say I'm a Black woman, because I am, but I also wanted to, and I think I'm an engaged resident and a community advocate. And I wouldn't have said anything, but I heard, invoking Black History Month. And that got me to thinking, when I speak of Black history, and Black history is it's not just 1 month, it's every month, so please. We often focus rightfully on courage, resistance, and progress, but one of the most enduring lessons comes from Ida B. Wells Barnett. I've been touring her for 30-something years. who warned about the danger of division between groups, between parties, and even within movements themselves. She understood that fragmentation weakens the pursuit of justice and distracts us from our shared responsibility to one another. That lesson remains deeply relevant today. Her message echoes through the life and teachings of Dr. Martin Luther King, who reminded us that justice is not about defeating one another, but about lifting the moral center of an entire community. Dr. King taught us that dignity, love, and courage are deliberate choices. I also want to speak just very briefly and honestly, if I can, and I get emotional, but like many in the community, I'm deeply concerned about the ICE activity locally, statewide, and nationally. This is not abstract for me. I grew up in Texas where I witnessed deportation raids targeting Mexican and Central American nationals who were brought there in some ways and then discarded. Those are very painful memories. And just to say there will be a workshop with Ward 3 Neighborhood Association. And I just also quickly wanted, with recognition, I want to extend sincere congratulations to the mayor, Jeremy Dubbs, Gwen Abad, Garrett Perry, and Rachel Maori. I hope I didn't forget anyone, who are recognizing the spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King for carrying on Dr. King's legacy in a variety of ways. Recognition matters. In that spirit, Black history, again, is not something we remember, it is something we practice. When we listen across differences, when we govern with integrity, and when we choose unity over division. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you,
Rachel,
Jada.
I'm coming there to give you your certificate. Don't let me I won't
Okay.
forget, I promise.
Can't wait.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yeah.
But when someone is speaking, it's really polite to listen. The woman called in, this woman, you called in, that's right, but not everyone in the room was listening because Madam Mayor was carrying on a conversation
Okay.
with someone else.
This is not a point of information, so you're out of order.
That's fine.
I'm sure, but that's okay. All right, let's move on. We were just with Jada, so we're going back in the room. Okay, so we are at Brad Carmody. Good evening. Is there another one?
I'm Brad Carmody from Ward 6. 1 month ago at the Senior Center, the mayor spoke of listening and collaboration. Tonight, the numbers prove those were just words. Mayor Chiara won by a narrow 76 vote margin. Meanwhile, the voters handed the school committee a clear, overwhelming mandate to prioritize our children, a directive the mayor is now choosing to ignore. That school committee voted unanimously for $790,000. Instead of bringing this or the superintendent's bare minimum budget to this floor, the mayor submitted an order for just $290,000. This is a calculated undemocratic maneuver. By submitting less than half of what the committee requested, the mayor is intentionally tying the council's hands. She's using a procedural loophole to silence the voices of representatives who won their seats by much larger margins than she did. This isn't collaboration. It's an executive ambush. Starving our schools is fiscally reckless. Our home values and tax base are tied directly to school health. Underfund the schools, and you got the value of every house in this city. You can't build a stable city or protect its financial future while underfunding the schools year after year. Mayor Chiara, you are failing our kids and our city by ignoring the principals, the superintendent, and the unanimous vote of the school committee. You are proving that your inauguration speech was nothing more than empty political theater. Pass this $290,000 tonight because our schools are desperate. But let the record reflect this is a fraction of what is owed, delivered through a system exploited to ignore the will of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Okay. Back on Zoom, I see Yakov. Let's see. Are you a... Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Great.
Hi. Sorry, I'm doing a little construction in the house, so it's a bit of a mess. My name is Jakob Kronrad, Ward 4, 188 Rocky Hill Road. I had a couple of rapid-fire comments on a few different issues real quick. Really quickly on the intersection, I drive there a lot, and I do sometimes forget that's not a quick whip turn. It is a dangerous intersection. I have had to slam brakes when I notice a pedestrian coming around the corner. And I don't tend to speed very much. So, you know, I just want to point out that from the car driver's perspective, yeah, that intersection could slow down. I wanted to comment on two issues that were very important to me and others during the campaign, and that's affordable housing and education funding. And I want to say a few things about those. First, it is Black History Month, and while Jada, I agree we should not limit it to 1 month, I think it's really important to point out that people of color and all minorities are disproportionately affected both by lack of affordable housing and by lack of education funding, much more, hugely disproportionate. So I think that's important to keep in mind. What I wanted to point out is not to dissect who's right and wrong, but to point out that if you want to help schools, if you want to help create more affordable housing, there's a million things all of you could do, no matter how you feel about the appropriations. We have an amazing organization, Northampton Education Foundation, that funds small grants for teachers, books for libraries. They does amazing work. That money directly supports teachers and projects that they have in the schools. There's an endowment that they own. We're going to be doing a yearly fund drive soon. This is a great way to support the schools. And on affordable housing, while there's a million different efforts working with the Housing Authority, the Housing Partnership, there's also organizers on the streets working their butts off to create more affordable housing, specifically right now focused on West Street and Smith. But, you know, this isn't just, can the city fully fund the schools? Can the city build more affordable housing? Can the city do X, Y, and Z? Everyone in the city can do that. And I urge you all to work towards those.
Could you just finish your sentence,
efforts.
please, Jacob?
Already did.
Oh.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right, back in the room. Oh, wait. Are we? Do we have any more? I think we finished the room. Is there anyone else in the room? Yes, would like to speak. And then there's one more. Andrea. Okay.
Paula Regano, and I live in Ward 1. I just want to speak about the intersection at Finn and Prospect. Normally I come up here and I speak about the schools, and of course I'm going to suggest that you all approve the mid-year appropriation, particularly the one that was passed. I would love it to be the one passed by the school committee. But I actually agree with Jen Neary. I think there are a lot of things you can do besides put in a three-way stop sign. And if anything, I think you could add a stop sign from Prospect onto Finn. I think that is where the traffic comes the fastest and has the most. It's the blind curve is coming from Prospect onto Finn, and it does make it dangerous from that direction. But with the addition of the stoplight from at State Street and Finn, traffic is already slowed, and in that direction, there's a very clear view of the crosswalk. And so I struggle with putting in a three-way stop sign there. And I could get on board for two-way, but like I said, I agree with Jen Neary. I agree you could shorten that crosswalk. I think there's a lot of things we could do to make that a safer intersection besides throw in more stop signs. So thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Let's see. We'll go. On Zoom, I see Andrea.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Find my camera here. Hang on. I apologize. Where'd it go?
Well, let me know if you can't turn it on. You should be able to.
All right. Let's see. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Hi.
Hi.
Oops. All right. My name's Andrea Fox. I live in Ward 2, and I'm here to speak on the all-way stop for Finn and Prospect Street. I live very close to that intersection. I walk there probably every day. I ride a bike. I have a trike. And I see a lot of people walking either toward the Y or toward LGA or toward the Survival Center. And I also see a lot of traffic, and it's obviously, as other people have mentioned, a very busy street. We have a lot of utility, DPW, fire trucks, all ambulances, all the cool things that we need in our town to keep us moving and grooving. So I do support having an all-way stop. I remember just recently when we put in the four-way on State Street and Trumbull, I was a little worried, thinking, oh no, all that traffic's going to back up. But in fact, I walk down State Street all the time as well. I come into town that way, and I haven't really seen that much more traffic. And initially, when I heard that there was a proposal about this, I thought, oh no, another stop, because I take that route. And so I have to either stop here or there, or it's, the new four-way or whatnot. But in fact, I think it makes traffic go faster because you could sit at that intersection or at any of those and you could be there a long time. And I have almost gotten hit several times, and I've actually been hit by a car as a pedestrian. So it's a long road to recovery, and it's no fun for anybody. And there are a lot of kids who walk by themselves across that intersection to get to school or wherever they're headed. So I think for safety that I do support an all-way stop, and I don't personally think that it would back up traffic much more than any of the other ones that I've seen that we've recently added and the ones I stop at frequently in town. So I appreciate the fact that someone was paying attention because
Andrea, could you just finish your sentence, please? That was time.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay. Anybody else in the room? We're back to the room. I see. Yeah, you'll just have to come up because I don't have, you're not signed, so I don't know your name.
Hello.
Good evening.
I'm Ryan from Ward 2. I just wanted to mention a few things. First off, I'm embarrassed as always driving by L3 Harris. I thought this was Northampton. Second, anything that helps with safety on the roads, both as a passenger, as a driver, and as a pedestrian. It's pretty wild how unsafe the roads are around here. So anything, even slight measures like an all-way stop, I think would be great. But I just wanted to talk about the letter from the mayor and the police chief and someone else. My reading between the lines is that they're noticing that people are scared and they're reaffirming that they're going to do pretty much what everyone else is doing, where they're going to let the feds do what they want, not interfere with the feds' clearly criminal actions, but they're going to stop the public from interfering with the feds. That looks like siding with the feds if I didn't know any better. So if we're only enforcing one side and not the other, is that really what we're doing? So yeah, if that's the mayor's plan, if that's the police chief's plan, and I've seen those the pictures of the police force we have here, it's pretty white. If that's the police chief's plan, I hope that checks and balances comes into play from y'all. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Let's see. On Zoom, we have LV.
Good evening. My name is Maria. I live in Ward 6 in Northampton. Welcome to the new City Council members. Thank you for stepping forward to serve in this moment. Thoughtful, reality-based leadership matters deeply. I want to speak briefly about something very simple and very fundamental, whether our city's staffing essential services at the level that everyday life now clearly requires. Nearly 4 years ago, I happened to be at the Florence baseball fields with my newborn and my 70-year-old mother. When she needed to use the restroom, we found the facilities locked. A DPW worker who happened to be there explained kindly and apologetically that they didn't have the staff to keep them open. 16 positions were unfilled at the time, he shared. I assumed that was temporary, a ripple from the pandemic. It was happening everywhere. It's been 4 years, and the impacts of those staffing gaps are still with us. When shortages persist for years rather than months, they are no longer transitional problems. They require deliberate, visible solutions. Recently, I heard an observation that really stuck with me. Successful leaders respond to observable reality by changing course when it becomes clear that something isn't working. Staffing levels in our public schools, DPW vacancies, and service gaps are not abstract concepts. They are observable reality. We're also living in a time when truth and reality can seem to get bent in ways that are deeply unsettling. That makes grounding our decisions in what we can plainly see even more important. So I want to ask, where is the essential services investment plan? The plan that treats our human infrastructure, our teachers and school staff, DPW workers, firefighters, as just as critical as the physical infrastructure that keeps the city running.
Thank you.
Can I
That's
finish?
time. You can finish your sentence. Yes, thank you.
This mid-year appropriation on your agenda offers a way to begin addressing the long-term impacts of these staffing decisions on our public schools and our children. I encourage you to support its approval. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
I think David Ames had his hand up before.
Okay, back in the room. Is there anyone? I think I saw another hand. Yes, please come up.
Hi, David Ames, Ward 2, and I'm speaking in favor of the three-way stop on Finn and Prospect. Being a year-round bicyclist, the other thing about that intersection is there's some kind of drainage situation that's going on that basically comes off of the right-hand embankment on Prospect as you're going onto Finn, and it actually covers the road with ice. And that in addition to is one of the aspects of that intersection that really needs to be looked at. I don't know what's going on there. I know the DPW was up there maybe earlier this week with a payloader clearing that section, but even year round, the drainage comes off of that embankment and covers that sort of the curve onto Finn Street. And in the winter, it actually freezes, so it becomes really tricky, forcing anybody who's riding sort of more out onto Prospect Street. So not only do I support the three-way stop, because anything that slows down cars in this town, I think I'm fully behind, but also taking a look at that drainage situation right at that intersection would also be greatly appreciated for the cyclists in the room or whoever's in that area. But thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you, David. Okay, anyone else on Zoom or in the room for public comment before we close public comment? Okay, I think that's a wrap for public comment. Thank you for everyone who spoke. Counselors, how you doing? You need recess or how about we take a 10-minute recess? So let's get back here at, let's just say we'll be back here at 8. I guess that's 13 minutes. Okay. Welcome back to the February 5th City Council meeting. And we are on to announcements from councilors and the mayor, and then we'll have a presentation. So, okay, councilors, any announcements? And let's make sure we look for our other two councilors here, too. Yes, Councilor Robbins.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. One is to say that we had our first town hall last night, and we had 60 residents who came, and it was a really engaging and kind of exciting evening. People worked in small groups, and we talked about Northampton and came up with some pretty interesting areas that folks want to do some future work on, and hopefully this is the first of ongoing sessions where people from the city can get together, sit in small groups, talk about common concerns and joys, and a lot of joys came up about how great it is to live in our city, which is wonderful. So that's number one. And number two, as Luke had said earlier, we've had a donation that we are going to make, and we're actually, it comes from them. They gave it to me because I saw them last night, which is this wonderful.
It's already up. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you put it up? Oh, when did you do that? When did you do that? That is too funny. I didn't even notice.
I will lower it. It's just that there wasn't a.
I thought he would go over there.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. No, he looks good over there.
Well, but
Yeah.
I just need to put a screw to lower.
Oh, you're so funny. Anyway, that's Frederick Douglass, and he wanted to come live in council chambers because it got to be very non-representative in this room, and it's actually awarded to Black History Month and to our reparations committee, which is working on the history and the reparations that he would have been very proud of, I think, in our community going forward. It's so good to see him up there. It's wonderful. And a challenge out to see who should go next. So if you have somebody around who wants to live on the wall here that would help sort of break up the dynamics of who's present, that would be fabulous. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Counselors. Counselor Nabad.
Yes. I did it again. Okay. I just want to say that I am still attending the Northampton Housing Partnership meetings, even as a city councilor. Still committed to creating more affordable housing in our city. And the Northampton Housing Partnership is always looking for new members. It sometimes seems really unexciting, but in fact, a lot of what we do individually and as a collective does actually result in the development of affordable housing. The meetings are on the first Monday of every month at 5:30 p.m., and we would love to have more people. Thank you.
Okay. Laura, could you make Chris a co-host? Yeah, thank you.
I have
You have no. Okay, yes. Counselor Clemmer.
Thank you. I just want to let everybody know that next Tuesday, it's from 6 to 8, we have the budget listening session. And there'll be a short public comment, and then we'll move into the public listening session about the budget. So bring your questions. It's on Zoom only, and the link is posted or will be posted very soon. So hope to see you there.
Okay, I see. Counselor. Counselor Dobbs, and then we have Counselor Perry.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that we were supposed to have our first city services meeting the other day, but there were some technical issues, so that has been rescheduled. Our first organizational meeting is going to be on February 24th at 1:30 p.m. So I just wanted to let people know that was rescheduled. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Perry.
Oh, I had to turn my mic on. So first of all, I also want to acknowledge that it is Black History Month here. Thank you for that gift from Luke and everyone. It really does feel nice to look up and see a person of color on the walls for the first time. With that being said, our Northampton Reparations Committee is still moving forward. We are in the process of finding an administrative assistant and looking for new members. So people who are interested in seeing the work that we have done, I please suggest they check us out. We're the first Tuesday of every month is when those meetings are. And I am hoping to have some people from the Reparations Committee come to another subcommittee, which brings me to my other statement, which is last month, the Community Resources Committee, unfortunately, was interrupted by some ne'er-do-wells that there were racial epithets and slurs spewed forth. There was explicit material that the committee members were subjected to, and ultimately the public. For me, I take these things very personal. It does not, it's not lost upon me that I am the only person of color elected to serve on this body, and that happened to be the one meeting that has so far been Zoom bombed. I know that these are difficult conversations and discussions, but I hope that moving forward we can have a little more support to our people of color. And with that being said, we are hoping to have our next meeting, unfortunately, for the Community Resources. President's Day is our normally scheduled time. We normally meet at the third Monday of every month at 5:30. Because of the holiday, we are hoping to have it on February 23rd. And at that meeting, I am hoping to have some discussions of very positive organizations and committees who are working towards representing our African American citizens, workers, and culture there. So we will be putting out an agenda for that, but I do want everyone to know that while these things can be very much harmful and hurtful, I think that the way that you fight that is with positivity and information. I am thankful to be again on the Community Resources Committee. What I've done over the last few years is try and use that as not just a resource for our city council, but for our citizens. So I invite everyone to go look at some of the past community resources meetings. There's a lot of information about not only our Chamber of Commerce, but we have discussions with our senators, our representatives, the Division of Community Care, and we hope to continue that positive discussion. One thing that I really saw from our last election, and I see that we need here in Northampton, are spaces to communicate and talk. And so again, despite how folks will try to bring you down, I think Northampton is better than that. So I just wanted to let folks know that Community Resources is undaunted, and you can find us there sharing information with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Perry. And a point of clarification, if someone's interested in joining the reparations, did you say that you're looking for folks? Would they contact the
chairs? You can reach out.
The chairs, okay,
yeah.
Listed on the website.
Listed on
okay,
the website.
Thank you. Councilor Stratton.
Just to save the time of a removal later and forcing an unnecessary vote, just to make a comment, I want to say that last month we had a few warm days and I biked up to Park Hill Road and looked at the location of that poll petition, talked to the people I could find, and really nobody had any feelings about the poll petition except for the homeowner who's being charged $11,000 for the poll. Mostly everyone wanted to talk about the stormwater fee. So that was some interesting conversations, but not relevant tonight. That's all.
Okay. I'd like to announce that on Monday, I'm just checking the time, Monday at 4 will be our first Legislative Matters organizational meeting, and we will also be taking up anything referred from tonight. And it's also, Monday's a very special day because it is Councilor Deb's birthday. Am I wrong?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Happy birthday, if I don't see you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Mayor? No. Okay, so we're moving on to presentations. Thank you for your patience. We've got, it all starts at the library, Forbes and Lilly Library overview and updates with our Lilly Library directors, Lisa Downing and Adam Knopf.
Thank you so much for having us. Yeah. I'm Lisa Downing, that's Adam, so I'm from Forbes, and Adam is
Forbes and
from
Lilly.
And we are really excited to be here with you tonight. We came 2 years ago when there was some new counselors, and we'd like to welcome the new counselors and the returning counselors and just give a brief update about the libraries and some of the things that we have going on. So I will, without further ado, I guess we'll go ahead and get started with the name of our talk tonight. It all starts at the library. And that is the legislative message that we're trying to speak with a unified voice to the state about library funding. There's 5 very small lines in the state budget that have to do with library funding. The governor has recommended a 2% increase, and that comes to the city of Northampton in something called State Aid for Public Libraries, which is local aid. And Adam and I, we share that local aid that comes in. But the message, I think, also really means so much more because where do people start their love of libraries? Often as children, and so it really does all start at the library. But whether you're coming in as a little person or anywhere along the spectrum, we're here for you. So hopefully we can make that even clearer tonight. Oh, excellent. Okay, so just a quick overview. What is Forbes and Lilly? Because we're a little bit of a different beast than some other city services. We are independent, but serve very much a municipal role. So Forbes opened in 1894. The black and white photo in the upper portion of the slide is actually us under construction with which is quite impressive, and it shows the infrastructure that is completely built without wood. So it's a stone building with a metal structure, slate roof, and it was intended to be fireproof. And so that's something that was really important then and continues to be really important now. And it made us just a very beautiful building that the city loves, and it is in wonderful shape in large part thanks to the city. So the gift of the library was given by Charles Edward Forbes and was accepted by the city of Northampton way back when, or even earlier than before we opened, under the conditions that the city would maintain the building operations and staff. And so this partnership with the city has been there since the beginning, and one that we are very grateful for. And Adam will have more comments about that later on. Our historic building had a major renovation around the year 2000, although the footprint of the building has remained the same, which is pretty incredible for a 130-year-old building. And last year we welcomed 200,000 visitors through our doors. So it's a busy place.
So Lilly Library opened in 1890. And it was originally a kindergarten on the first floor and the library on the second floor. We still have some of those original kindergarten seats, and many patrons that come in tell us that they actually went to kindergarten there. So it seems like ancient history, but it's really not that old. And the Lilly Library also underwent a renovation, I think around 2005, is that right? When it did change the footprint of the building. Lilly sees about 60,000 visitors a year, and we are super efficient, ranking at the top of circulations per full-time staff person and circulations per capita to our service area. So really, the only libraries that are ahead of us, if you want to think of it that way, are libraries that are out in the Cape, and that's kind of for obvious reasons, but and I like to think that we believe that the success comes from the focus on the qualitative side of serving our patrons. So the main thing that we focus on is to give people a great experience, and I definitely believe that our success qualitatively follows from that. People come because they enjoy the experience. Forbes and Lilly are independent, but we work together. We have arranged our hours to meet state requirements, and we work together to give people 7 days of service per week, which is very unusual that the library is open on Sunday or a town of our size would have 7 days of service. A few years ago, we started sharing certain purchases, like database purchases. So we had been buying them separately, but then we started buying them together, which allowed us to both procure them more cheaply and get better services to our patrons. So Lilly and Forbes, I think, have been working more and more closely together all the time. Also, Lilly contributes to Forbes outreach services. This is something that I worked for, bringing books to people that can't come to the library. And I think it's the kind of commitment to services like that, which is one of the things that make us so special. And both libraries offer free public programming, meeting rooms, and a lot more. And I will say that I think that both of us really pivoted towards giving a place to work remotely. We've seen a lot more of that since then. Lilly Library hosts so many Zoom meetings. I think we could put 10 rooms in there and people would still be coming to do Zoom meetings. We've really tried to work to have like better seamless printing for people that are walking into the library so that they can work from home. They can receive faxes at the library, all kinds of things like that. But yeah, this is something that, this has been a new demand really since COVID for both of the libraries.
So while we work very closely together, I think the city also benefits from the fact that we are quite different and we have things that we've specialized in. So I'll just highlight a few things about Forbes. So we are a satellite office for the Mass Higher Franklin Hampshire Career Center. So we used to have an office here in Northampton, and now the closest one in Hampshire County is in, actually it's not in Hampshire County, it's in Franklin County up in Greenfield, but they have a satellite office at Forbes where they provide unemployment assistance, resume reviews, job coaching, those kinds of things on a weekly basis. We also have an extensive local history collection, so that photo I thought was appropriate given the winter we're having. That is a photo of Main Street after the blizzard of 1978, and possibly one that you printed, Adam.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to work in the archives there.
So it's not that long ago, but yet it is, and it looks very similar, very familiar. We are very close to Smith College. We're the largest off-campus employer, so it's a wonderful benefit to our friends and neighbors over at Smith College, but it also helps the library because we get subsidized student help, so that's something that we really rely on. We have a notary service that we're really proud of, and of course there's Paco, our beloved fish that is nearing 40 years old, so yeah. Multiple generations of visitors have admired and enjoyed Paco.
And Lilly offers free parking, which is a bigger deal, than you might think, or maybe everybody totally gets that. We've been working for a long time on a wildflower walkway that goes around the building, and the idea is that it would be a sort of like a very, very small nature preserve or a little park. I'll talk a little bit more about that down the road because I love it. And I think that, Forbes and Lilly are they're different animals, that we're a small town library. It's like, we are, I think, probably have a little bit more of a personal feel for the people that use the library. But I think it's very important that both of these libraries exist, and I think that their differences are what makes our services so excellent. You're a bigger sort of full service library. We're a little bit smaller, and we lean into that. I would also say that even before the pandemic, Modern Myths was a comic book store that closed down, and they used to run a Dungeons and Dragons program. And when they didn't know where to go, somebody called us and we said, we'll take you. We'll give you a home. And now we have 25 kids, more than 40 days a year, more than 40 weeks a year. And also, this is going to sound crazy, but Burger King used to have a meeting room, and that was the home of the Scrabble Club. And same thing, Scrabble Club lost their home. They came to us. We also have a yoga group that meets there. And I think that type of involvement with the community and helping those sort of groups is so important to me.
So what's new? So we opened the Hess Performance Stage, which is the photo up there of the lawn. This is our an outdoor stage with lighting and AV. We're really excited to have a full calendar of events this first full season, and that will include opening it up to community groups. So our trustees are finalizing a policy, but if you are part of a group, performing group, other kinds of, or some other kind of gathering, within some parameters, you'll be able to come and use that space. So keep on the lookout for that, as well as a full roster of programming for all ages. We have been having a big push to do kindergarten registration so that every kid, when they register for kindergarten in any of the Northampton public schools, also gets a library card. And we've been doing this for a couple years now, and we've seen it's a good percentage of kids that are coming in with already card holders, but the families that aren't, I think that making that really easy for them. And with those cards, they can use Lily, they can use us, they can use a lot of public libraries around. But it just gives them that invitation, and we've been tracking the usage statistics, and the kids are using the cards. Which is just what we want. And then they come back in second grade and visit us, which is really, really fun. We are working on renovating our Coolidge Museum, so that photo there, hopefully you can see it. It's Grace Coolidge having a visit with Helen Keller and Anne Sullivan, I think in the 1940s. We're going to be hosting a program next month about the history of deaf education. So the museum is a catalyst for programming. It has a local story, which is the Northampton then and now. So Coolidge was mayor right here in Northampton. So it's very much a local story. But as he works his way through politics and becomes president, it is a national story too. So we're hoping this museum renovation will add context, be a tourism draw for folks, be something that we can connect local schools with in terms of curriculum visits. And I think it'll just be a great enhancement to the space because it's also our largest programming room, which we're going to maintain and enhance. And then real quick, this is our visits. We partnered with Grow Food Northampton this year to go on the mobile market to all the public housing sites. And that has been great to do library card registration events, get out books to people. And we're looking forward to another season of that. And then lastly, coming soon, this is our new youth programming room and updated HVAC, which is less exciting to show you. But this new programming room is right off of our children's department. It was formerly the middle basement, so it was our last sort of place we could come up with new public space. And it's going to be a place for programming from babies, babies, toddlers, all the way through. And it abuts our teen room. So in the after-school hours, we can open the doors and hopefully entice the kids in for some gaming and other discussions and things like that. So we're super excited about that. The opening will be in April.
So these slides over here are at the end of the Wildflower Walkway on the front of the building. The library's building a 30-foot diameter patio out of granite with a 20-something foot long retaining seating wall. And we're hoping that we're going to have art and programming like music and things like that out there. But really, I think for me, when I looked at downtown Florence, I wanted someplace that people were going to be able to come and sit down and enjoy the outside and maybe take a book out front and read or just get together with friends. It's also an important space for me because I think when people come to the library, they're probably rushing, and I want them to be able to slow down and talk to friends. Or we've even seen it in the situation that we have now with just the walkway, where people will come with their children for the story hour, but then wind up spending a little bit of time outside, and maybe new moms are like getting to know each other, or the kids are crossing paths in a way that they wouldn't otherwise. So that's the kind of thing. We're hoping to serve the people of Florence and Northampton in really any way we can. And I think that we're both trying to be really creative, Lisa with the stage and us with the Wildflower Garden. So it's a bigger, it's a big mission, I guess.
So I will close just by saying that I feel it's important to affirm our commitment to serving every member of our Northampton community. I'm speaking for both libraries, and that includes immigrants and refugees, as well as our support for intellectual freedom, which has been under attack most recently. Again, in that we need to support the First Amendment and having a democratic society. Those are very important values to us and ones that I think libraries help uphold. And you have the right to seek out information in a safe, welcoming, and equitable environment. So that is something we wanted to say to everyone here in Northampton, and a message that we try to get out and get across to everybody that walks through our doors. We are going to have a volunteer and donor event on Sunday, March 1st at 2 o'clock, and you will be getting an invitation. And at that event, we'll be doing tours. We were a little jealous that some departments get to offer tours, and we really want to offer tours. So I'm sure Adam will also be very happy to offer you tours. So please, please visit us and take a tour. Adam, what do you want to say?
And I also I brought this along, and it's kind of an interesting story. Somebody brought it into the library, and they had taken it home during our renovation 20 years ago to keep it safe. And they kept it very safe for 20 years. And then they brought it back. But this is a gold top cane, and it says, presented to Alfred Lilly by the Firemen of Florence, April 27th, 1877. So the idea behind this for me, it's been like leaned up against the wall in my office, and I look at it all the time. And it's really through the generosity of our patrons and the people in the town and the city that we've been able to do this work at all. So I think we're grateful, I guess, is what I'm here to say about that. Thank you.
So there's things we can offer you, meeting rooms. I know I think somebody's already doing office hours maybe at Lilly Library. Yay! So that's a great opportunity to meet with constituents. We can host public forums. We have spaces for that were fully accessible. Printing, faxing, and copying for you or your constituents. Research, we're always happy to do that, as well as tech support, because that's a big barrier for us to get so much work done these days. So just know that we're here for you 7 days a week. And I'll just ask if you have any questions, we're happy to field them.
Okay. Well, thank you, Lisa and Adam. Any questions? Councillor Stratton.
Well, it's not quite a question, but I just want to say I've really appreciated the online access to the Gazette archives through Newsbank. I actually use that a lot. I was using it this afternoon. Unfortunately, this afternoon I didn't find what I was looking for, but it's been very interesting because, someone will tell you, well, this happened, and someone else will tell you, no, it was that other thing. And it's like, well, what actually did happen? And, and it doesn't go that far back, but I've used the microfilm too. So that's been a wonderful resource.
That's great. We're working on trying to get the full run online. It's a little bit of a thing with the licensing, but hopefully we'll get there. I'm glad you're using it.
Okay. I'm going to go on Zoom to Councillor Loisel. I think she had a comment or question.
I have a comment and a question. I just wanted to thank you. I think I might be your biggest fan. I love the libraries in our city. My question is, you had mentioned the 2% increase that you're looking at from the governor's budget, or is that enough? What does that mean for you?
No, I think our ask was somewhere, Molly Moss, our Forbes assistant director is here. What was the ask? It was
in some lines it was 5%.
Yeah, so we were hoping, not on all 5 lines, but in one of the lines, the state aid line, which is the local aid. We were hoping for 5%. It's our local contingent, Comerford and Sabadosa, have been super supportive. So if you want to talk to them about libraries, I would love that. But they've been fantastic. I think it's just a tricky year with state funding, but yeah, we're glad it's not a cut.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Also just want to say I just really appreciate how trauma informed you are and how welcoming and flexible the library is to all who enter the doors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Yes. Well, I always look forward to your presentations. Obviously, everyone loves Paco. A couple things. One is we did have Vince Jackson from the Chamber of Commerce here talking about this really cool museum trail tour they're doing. And I brought up in our community resource meeting about it, is that our library has access to passes to a number of museums, and I don't know if people are aware of that. So I do want to bring people that. I utilized them to go to Mass MoCA recently. Thank you for that. And one of the things maybe you could talk about more is kind of the other things. You talk a lot about books, but you guys do have a really phenomenal library of things that you offer. So that I'm going to stop there, and then I'll.
Do you want to start?
Yeah, the Library of Things is relatively newer at Lilly, but we do have musical instruments. We have induction stove cooktops. We have puzzles and games and
hotspots.
Hotspots, true.
Yeah, so that's really-
Hotspots are so in demand. We could have, if we had 10 times as many, they'd all go out. So it's strictly limited by funding.
Yeah. Games, I think we've really grown our games and some tools that we've been working on getting more tools to support not having to purchase everything, which has a great environmental component. It's great for people who rent. There's many good reasons why you should borrow from the library. We could talk about that for days. But yeah, it's a really fun collection. At Forbes, right on the first floor, we keep a bunch of, you can just sort of visually scan what we have. All of our instruments are up on the second floor. But it's all there for the taking. So you should, before you think like, oh, I wonder, check it. We might have it.
Yeah, I think especially with games or toys, they're very, very exciting in the beginning, and then they sort of like lose their luster. So it's a great thing because to be able to provide a child with a new toy is special, and then it's new over and over again.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for talking about that.
Yeah.
You also have pickleball too, because I've taken out the pickleball before. My second thing, and I'll move on to someone else, is that it's really nice to hear that you guys have meeting rooms. Something that we talked about in our Barriers to Service subcommittee was having spaces for people who don't have access to the internet to come watch city council meetings. And looking at your hours, unfortunately, they don't coincide with our city council meetings. Lily might be able to have some people because it goes to 8. So I was just wondering if there's any thought to maybe giving access to folks for those purposes.
I mean, people can use the public access computers to watch live meetings if they happen when we're open, but sometimes these meetings go until very late, and I think it would be somewhat difficult to have staff there until say 10 o'clock.
But if they want to watch the recording, I mean, we're very open to that and helping even get people who say, I don't even know how to do that, or track down something that may have happened they heard. We want to navigate the city's website, like any of those kinds of things we're very happy to offer. We're just going to be launching a bunch more Chromebooks that we're going to circulate in the library, but there's a who knows, maybe if the demand is, if we hear from you, Counselor, that this is what our city needs, we would certainly consider letting them go out.
In fact, do it with a Chromebook and a hotspot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything you do.
Councilor Nabad.
I guess that kind of raises another question is, are people allowed to access the Wi-Fi if need be from outside of the library?
Yeah, ours is on 24/7.
Okay.
Yeah, Forbes Library guest. So any time, day or night, you can go there and use it. And people do when we're closed.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I have some friends who did peace walks and things like that, and their way of being in touch with me to let me know how they were doing was to stop at a public library and plug into the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
We just partnered with the city to put quite a powerful Wi-Fi hotspot on the outside of our building. And honestly, it's pretty normal to show up at work at an hour before we open and have people in the parking lot using digital devices. And sometimes they're actually even plugging them into the outside of the building. So, which is fine. It's great, but yeah, there's definitely an unmet need there, and we're doing our best to meet it.
I just wanted to thank you as well because, when my youngest did the Dungeons and Dragons group, and just really enjoyed it, and it's the range of what you both libraries offer is remarkable. Yes, and the direct quote was, there was a much better dungeon master than Mom. I got summarily fired, but it was just I honestly hadn't thought of it, and then I think somebody, maybe it was Council Perry, but told me about it. So there was that, and also to thank you for taking in internships. My oldest just finished a tech internship at the tech desk at Forbes. And really just learned a lot about the library just being there.
That's awesome.
So I didn't think about that, how mutual that was, that they're helping, but they're also learning, they got some really great community interaction. And exposure. So
Yeah, I always say that if you invented the library tomorrow, people would just laugh at you that you were going to build like a beautiful building in every town, staff it with people that like believe in the truth, like circulate copyrighted materials for free, and actually now not even charge them anymore, and that the sort of like the most august people in town would volunteer to steer and to make sure that its future was going to be good, and then groups would come form volunteers, and that you would plant wildflowers around it and build a stage. Like, it is so utopian and just wild. I really feel it's a privilege to work there.
Same. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for this for your time.
Yeah.
This has been great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, directors. Okay. That was... Okay, we are now... Just put it in front of me. Up to the consent agenda. Right. Okay. So I'm going to read the consent agenda, and you can, as usual, you can say if you want any removals. First, we have the minutes of December 18th, 2025, and January 15th, 2026, regular meetings, and the January 5th, 2026 organizational meeting. The approval of the 25.355 National Grid petition for Park Hill Road, the approval of the 25.357 National Grid Verizon petition to install jointly owned and midspan poles and relocate existing pole number 15 on Holly Street. D, the 26.005, in order to appropriate $251,025 free cash to MPS Special Education Stabilization Fund. That's second reading. Refer to the consent agenda the last meeting. And 26.006, in order to appropriate free cash to the MPS for McKinney-Vento transportation reimbursements, also second reading, also referred to the consent agenda. Okay, F, 26.007, in order to appropriate free cash to MPS for foster care transportation reimbursement, second reading. And yes, that's it. Any removals?
26.005, the special education.
Okay. Let me just flip that. I keep losing my pens. Okay. Any other removals? Let me just make sure. Oh, thank you. Okay. So I would look for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 26.
I move to approve the consent agenda A, B, C, and E, and F, and removing D.
Second.
All right. Roll call, please, Laura. Thank you.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nabad,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Robbins,
Yes.
Counselor Stratton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Dubbs,
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer,
Yes.
and Counselor Loizal.
Yes.
Okay. So that passes, and on to the removal. Excuse me, I'm just catching up on my agenda, finding, so that was 26.005. Yes, would you like to speak to your removal?
Yes. So, first of all, I want to be clear that this is money that is reimbursement for services which are performed in the schools. It's reimbursement from Medicare. I want this money to go to the schools. I hope we all want this money to go to schools. The question of the moment is, how should it go to the schools? And if you look at the arguments around the establishment of the Special Education Stabilization Fund in June 24, that was 24091 and 092, you see Councilor Maori asking, why can't we use this money directly? And the argument from the mayor and Director Nardi is that we cannot put free cash into the operating budget. So essentially what we're doing is we're treating the stabilization fund, this stabilization fund, as a fig leaf to cover the fact that actually every year we put free cash into the school operating budget. And if you look at this current fiscal year, FY26, we've already spent the $350,000 limit that is in the order establishing the stabilization fund. It is a hard cap We took out $209K in the FY26 budget in June. And then just 10 days into the fiscal year in July, we pulled the remaining allowance, $140K, out to fund 2 special education teachers. Okay, we're using the money for special education, but we hit the limit at the start of the fiscal year. And if you look at the language of this, it says it's for unexpected expenses. We just used up the whole allowance on expected expenses. So if we put money into this today, we cannot access any of this money until the start of the new fiscal year in July. We couldn't use it for an unexpected special education expense, nor could we use any of the reserve balance in the fund for that because we've already hit the limit and we don't get a new limit until July. If we put this money in and then we take it out again for a routine purpose, we run out the limit at the start of the fiscal year again and we have no access to the reserve. So what I would really like to do is to ask the mayor to split this allocation into a larger amount directly into the FY27 school budget for expected special education expenses and a remainder reserve that would go into the Special Education Stabilization Fund. But I don't have those numbers. And I'm not sure the mayor has those numbers today. We will find out these numbers as we finish the school budget. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to move that we table this item until we basically have the outline of a school budget and we have a predicted special education cost for the coming year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I made a motion to table this item.
Second that.
Okay. Table, postpone? Yeah, okay. Okay, well, we can discuss, any discussion around that?
Well, can we ask questions not about the tabling, or is this just a vote on the tabling? Yeah, I have questions about this.
Yeah, well, you can ask questions, yeah.
Of the mayor and
of the mayor or anybody, yeah.
Can you, or Director Nardi, whoever, can you tell me how much is in the stabilization fund right now? And is this reimbursement guaranteed at the same amount every year?
So no, the reimbursement is based on the Medicaid that we receive from the prior year. So it varies. And the amounts that we're in were part of the presentation the mayor gave, and I'm just looking for that slide so I can give it to you very quickly. There's $704,000 in there right now.
If I might ask, what were the reimbursement amounts the last 2 years?
Councilor Stratton.
Sorry.
Yep, there's an order here. Did you have your hand up, Councilor Nabad? Well, first of all, were you done, Councilor Loisel?
Could Director Nardi repeat that amount? I didn't hear it.
$704,580.
Okay.
And just to be clear, so that's not all from the Medicaid. So we have been filling this with, we filled it with free cash last year at the end of FY25. And then we've also done Medicaid and the tailings from the school, from the initial $800,000 we seeded it with.
So with Medicaid in question, that was one of the reasons why we backfilled it last year with free cash, because we don't know what's going to happen with Medicaid. It had been a very stable source, but not necessarily any longer. And it's dropped.
And just one more clarification: is that right that if we were to put it in the fund now tonight, it couldn't be accessed until July?
So this stabilization fund was set up with the approval of the City Council and the school committee. And it had those parameters around it because, one of the reasons that we built it this way is precisely because the school committee had sort of a reserve fund. It's their school choice fund, which they had overspent quite a bit and were in the red. So this was a way to create another stabilization fund to provide some recurring support, but that had parameters around it, so it wasn't didn't have happen to it what school choice did, which is they started spending more than they were bringing in.
Okay. Councilor Robbins.
I just want to say for the historical record, I was on school committee when this special education fund was created. And while there's nothing wrong with having one, I still have this remark that has sat with me all these years. Was when it was first created, I talked to then Councilor Elkins about it, who said to me, the council created it because we didn't trust the school committee to do their own financing and work with their own money. And I do know that having been on school committee, those tailings that came in every year helped us fill in gaps in the budget where we had, we needed to say we move this or we move there. And the Medicaid payments do have to come into the city, but I think I've called attention to the fact that earlier we didn't see that at all in the school department budget for many years. So it's great that it's coming in now. Having a little bit more ownership, I think, might alleviate some of the angst that's coming through in terms of having to do mid-year appropriations. And it could possibly go into an operating budget that would relieve some of the stress on our schools and our school department. And we should be thinking maybe a little bit more creatively about it at this point.
Mayor.
So in that case, it would be less money that would be going directly to the schools because it's somewhere in the $200,000 range, but it has been dropping considerably. So this was a way to also increase that amount and have it be stable.
Councilor Nabad.
I just want to say that numerous people wrote to me today, and they asked that this be passed tonight, and so that this go through tonight.
Oh, wait.
Point of information, do you specifically mean this or the mid-year appropriation?
Councilor Stratton, the point of information goes to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Do you have a point of information? I didn't actually hear.
I was meaning to ask if my colleague had been written specifically about this order or about the mid-year appropriation order, which I certainly got a lot of emails about the latter.
Okay. Would you can address it if you'd like, or you don't have to, Councilor Nabat. Okay. Okay. I would I'd like to discuss the issue of the purpose of the funds, the unexpected versus expected, and how that's playing out.
So we set up the fund, as the mayor said, for another avenue to put money towards the budget in a format that was had a recurring was tied to money coming in every year. So we're allowing the use of the money to the amount that came in the year prior. So the idea was so we wouldn't use up the fund quickly, and it would help special education costs, which we knew were rising. There is a cap, the $350,000, because you could easily use it all, and that's part of what circuit breaker and the extra circuit breaker helps the schools as well. So this was just another way to support the schools. We used the ARPA funds to do that. So it wasn't 1 year. Our idea was to spread it over multiple years. Yes, there has been the complaint or the concern that the law that the vote to enact this says unexpected. But the bottom line is special education costs are just always unexpected. There's always going to be more than you expect, or new kids come in, their needs change. So again, we are using it in this manner, which is not illegal, it's legal, and we're using it to support the schools for this need. I understand that people disagree with that, but that was how we set it up, and that was our intent.
Thank you. Councilor Stratton.
So I want to read from the preface of Massachusetts General Law 4013E, which is the statute that authorizes it. Section 13E, school district reserve funds to pay for unanticipated or unbudgeted costs for special education, out-of-district tuition, or transportation. So my question would be, this fiscal year, we used $209,000 as part of the school budget, and then 10 days into the fiscal year, we used the other $140,000. That seems like a budgeted expense to me, not an unbudgeted or unexpected cost. Could you explain how those costs were unexpected?
No, as I explained, yes, I hear that concern and people are stating that. Our intent was to support education costs, and this was our manner of doing it, and that has been the concern. And we certainly could get rid of the fund altogether.
Yeah, and if the council no longer wants to have the stabilization fund for special education, we can work on dismantling it, and then the Medicaid reimbursement just goes straight to the schools, but that will be it. There won't be a reserve fund.
Right. I was just going to add also that we could also change the definition, to some extent. Or can we not? The stipulations that would, in how we use the, any case.
Yes, I mean, you probably would have the school committee and the city council would both have to, because this vehicle, it needed votes from both bodies to create it, as well as the mayor. So you probably could, I'm not sure what you would do that.
Right. I'm just going to follow up and just say that I've thought about that, not with this one, but with other funds, whether we should add for any legal purpose to add flexibility, but that's a separate conversation. I think Councilor Perry, did you have your hands up? No. Oh, Councilor Clemmer.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Councilor Perry and then Councilor Brown. Remember your order.
Yeah, I just, so last year we used these funds early in the school year, and then I imagine the emergencies came up or special needs came up throughout the year. So how were those paid for after our cap was spent?
Are you asking for amount? I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
So if we didn't have this fund, or since the funds were used up early in the term, and needs arise, how are those paid for? And, just what are the repercussions if we didn't have this fund, and how would things be paid for?
Sure. I mean, so if there hadn't been this additional $350,000, then it would have, other choices would have had to been made through, within the schools, within their budget.
So the schools would have had to find the money.
Yeah, it would have had to come out of the school budget. Or some of it would have maybe been, I mean, I assume anything that would be covered by circuit breaker, we take circuit breaker first. So, so other choices would have had to have been made. It would have had to come out of the school budget.
Okay, so having this money was just, we had the extra money then to use for these needs.
Yeah, it's an additional $350,000 that wasn't there
the
before.
Schools would have had to cut back somewhere else to make up this money, because it sounds like it was something that we couldn't say no to if it involves children and something that benefits them or some need that arose with them.
Yeah, I mean, so special ed costs are rising, and needs are rising. So this was a way to try and address that a bit, and to again get that additional revenue source into the schools, because this is something every district is dealing with, right? And there is circuit breaker, but it's not always fully funded, and it's not necessarily enough to cover the costs.
So this $250,000 most likely would have been spent, and then on something else, if it was just rolled in, and then we would have had to or the schools would have had to come up with the money. Am I understand that right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's not in a fund, it would have just been.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, but this is another way to support the budget with $350,000 a year for special educational costs.
And we can count on it being there then, so it's.
Yes, at this point, we've been funding it, and we can count on that annually.
But I mean, just the schools will know that it's there, that they're going to get this money.
Yes.
And they'll have it to use at their discretion for special ed.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order, it's not available at their discretion.
That's not really a point.
I mean, for special ed, it is.
No, it's not.
No,
it requires their vote and our vote.
That was the point
We're not going to do it this way. We're going to raise hands. We've got other people, everyone. We're going to raise hands, okay? Councilor Robbins was next.
I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Perry. I lost my.
Remembered my place.
Apologies. I did say, remember your place.
Yeah.
I was going to
Which is
forget.
a weird thing to say.
All right. So Councilor Perry and then Councilor Robbins, and then we'll go back to
Okay.
Patton. What?
Said it takes a village.
So, a couple things. One, a thing that I have a question about is looking at the how we have this presented. Is that interest is a portion of why we created this fund. So I'm just wondering if we have some numbers of how much interest, how much money this account has helped us, because the point is to have something that we can draw from. So that is my first question. And then the kind of second thing, which is, I don't know if it's a question, it's more of a statement going to Councilor Stratton, is that this language about, well, it doesn't say unexpected, it says unanticipated out of district or extraordinary expenses. And so I think I'm in agreement that we know that we need money for special education. That is anticipated. Hopefully I'm reading the room correctly. I think where I'm seeing some difference or light is while we know we need money, we are not able to know how much money or whether or not special education needs can wildly and dramatically increase. Is that kind of an understanding there? All right.
Yes. Yeah, there can be dramatic, unexpected increases in the middle of the year.
And then the other thing was just how much interest we're.
I think Director Nardi is working on it. Can I just make one other point? So, one of the things that feeds this fund are the tailings. There's very little tailings that come from the schools because the schools end up using their own tailings. But what would normally come back to the city would go into free cash. Like tailings are, I don't know why it's called tailings in schools, but it's, we don't necessarily call it tailings on the city side, but, that is what would go to free cash. And so then that would just go into the general, into that general free cash. So this is, again, another way that whatever that amount is being captured from the schools and then put aside to then stay within the schools.
Okay.
This is loading very slowly over here.
Councilor Robin.
So I have to say this is not the hill I'm going to die on, but I would love to have it be an open conversation. One of the things that bothered me about the creation of this originally, and I think the idea of stabilization funds and watching money and keeping them and raising interest are all economically good ideas. I felt at the time that it was really crossing lines between the role of the council and the role of the school committee about how to use your funds. And I do understand that no matter. Is he done? And I think we need to be really careful about that. The law does say, I think, that the council needs to have supervisory. If we have a stabilization fund, the council has to also be part of, the permission process or the taking out or whatever. But many districts have just education funds, education stabilization funds, and they supply it by a lot of different ways. It's eligible to be used for many different sources. It's not specifically, they may even have special education funds on top of that, but the general education fund would seem to me to be, I don't know if you can change the title of it or, serve it in other ways, but to have a resource that the schools can use when they need the money and the children who are under the care of the school aren't differentiated from being special education students or regular education students, or the needs of them aren't different, and being able to look at that a little bit more holistically. And I think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, Mayor, but I thought I saw that in Governor Healy's cherry sheet, she was talking about greater funding of the circuit breaker, even full funding of circuit breakers this year, which really might be helpful. I mean, that changes a lot of things for us. And I know you don't know what those numbers are going to be yet or what will come in, but meeting those needs, we had a loss for a lot of expenditures on circuit breaker for some pretty massive decisions about paying for out-of-district services, which are extraordinarily expensive, that I know the district is working hard to try to find new ways to address and being creative about it. But I guess I'd like us to be mindful of what our role as a council is and how we work with the school committee on that and how we honor, their expertise or, their insight and their interest in helping us better understand that. So maybe in tabling this, we could think a little bit more creatively about how to approach those funds and maybe even consult with our brethren on the other department and the other areas.
Councilor Stratton.
First of all, I'd like to apologize for my impatience. I had seen the conversation sort of run in a way that was misunderstanding what I was actually proposing, and that was a little frustrating that I was trying to get us back on course, but I understand. So first of all, I don't think we can change the purpose of this fund. It is defined under a very specific state statute. Nor am I proposing that we do away with this fund. What I'm actually trying to do is to let us use this fund the way it's intended to be, which is to be a reserve for truly unexpected expenses. And while I'm moving to table it right now, I think maybe I can best illustrate that by explaining roughly what I was thinking would happen as we move ahead in the budget cycle. So this year we have, I believe it's $251,000 to work with. And what I'm basically envisioning is that we would do something like say, okay, we're going to have at least $200,000 of special education expenses. We know that. That's a floor. So we'll put that right into the school budget where it can be used effectively. That then leaves us $150,000 of headroom to pull out of the reserve of this account, that $700,000. For anything that is truly, unanticipated. And yes, the interest in that balance is accruing to that account. So if we put 200 in, and these are made up numbers because I don't have the information yet. If we put 200 into the school operating budget, and then we'd put the unexpected reserve, we'd put 51,000 into the stabilization fund. Because no, we don't want to have unused money at the end of the year. So I'm not really saying do away with the fund. I'm not even saying do away with the process entirely. What I'm saying is let's take the floor, the baseline, the part we're confident we're going to have to spend, put that into the school budget directly, and then let's put a smaller amount into the stabilization fund and have that 350 window in the stabilization fund for true emergencies. I can't tell you the correct numbers today, and that's why I'm moving to table it rather than somehow modify it. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor? Yep. Oh, did you? Is it a response to that? Okay, and then, and also, Councilman Nabad, did I miss you? Did you have?
When people interrupt me, I completely forget my train of thought.
Yeah.
So, thank
Got
you.
it. I will, we'll go to the mayor and Councilor Davis, and then we'll circle back just to check in. Okay, Mayor.
So unless I'm misunderstanding Councilor Stratton, I don't see how that's different than what the situation is now. Please let I'm still speaking. The school committee could, or the school, first of all, you guys don't get to decide what to do, right? But you do have to approve the expenditure. The school committee could have waited until some other time during this year to ask for those additional $150,000 or whatever after $100,000 because 140, but chose to use it earlier in the year. So I'm not sure how that's different. It would still be a choice that they would have to make, not the city council, and then you would decide whether. I mean, you could not, if they come for an additional appropriation to within that limit, you could say, no, we want you to wait till later because we don't feel like this is enough of an unexpected need.
Okay.
Could I respond to the question? I believe I was asked a question.
Were you asked a question? Okay.
How is this different from current practice?
Okay.
And so, the school committee in June 10th needed this money. They had a need they needed to fill, so they used it. What is different about, last year's practice, and I believe it was either you or Director Nardi said, well, 140 is the maximum we can still pull from the limit, from the 350 limit. So we used it up 10 days into the term. What is different is if we put the money directly into the school budget, put the bulk of the money in directly, the predictable part, and put only a little bit into the stabilization fund, then we still have that headroom under the 350 cap. So if we're using 200 directly, then we still have the whole 350 cap available for an emergency. Or if we route 50 via the stabilization fund, then we have the 300 of headroom available. So the difference in practice by putting the predictable part directly and only the uncertainty part through the stabilization fund is that we preserve the headroom for true emergencies.
Okay. Did you want to respond before we go to Councilor Davis? Did you want to respond before we go to Councilor Davis's question?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to respond to the councilor's question about interest. I didn't add it all up because there's several years, but it ranges depending on the amount right now it's like $1,400 a month, but it's been as high as $2,500 a month in interest in that account.
Okay. Councilor Davis.
Yes, I had a question regarding the tabling or the postponing. I guess two questions. One is there a time that the council president that's an official time when something is tabled, it gets 2 weeks, or when something is tabled, it's a broad window? And then my other question is, what would be happening I guess maybe it would be a question to you, Councilor Stratton, because you suggested it or made a motion to do that, is what would happen during that time? What would be the productive use of tabling it?
So I can answer the first part, which is generally we discuss when we postpone something, we discuss the purpose of the postponement, and that would dictate what the time frame is. But there isn't. I mean, some orders have time frames, but generally we're postponing it for a purpose, and then that purpose is clear, and it's so situational, I guess. And councilors, just looking around, Councilor Stratton.
So I mean, really, my ideal outcome is that the mayor would replace this order and in the same time frame as the school budget with an order that put the majority share of it directly into the school budget and a minority share via the stabilization fund. I'm not presuming to state those numbers tonight. It's way too premature. So I think my ultimate goal actually is that this order be replaced with a different one, but I was thinking that tabling it was maybe the sensible thing to do tonight, rather than saying, kill it or just charge ahead with it, but just like put it on the table and see if we get something that is more attuned to the school budget later.
Okay. Councilor Nardi. Councilor Nardi, I don't know if you've been promoted or demoted.
No, I thank you for
Director
your service,
Nardi.
but I'm happy sitting here. I just wanted to make clear, so this money is going to go into the budget next year. It will be shared when we have the conversation with Business Director Jones that this amount is added. In addition to our city appropriation, this amount is added. So Director Jones is counting on this money. And in my order for the FY27 budget, it will have a percentage increasing this year's base, plus this money, plus if they come forward with another order, up to $350,000. That's all part of the FY27 budget. And the way we've set it up and done it the last few years, if you look in the budget book, there's $516,000 under the city appropriation amount. That includes the year before's Medicaid amount plus whatever adds up to $350 plus $166,000 for the Smith College donation. So I just want to be clear, this is automatically going into their budget in FY27. It goes in here, it sits there, and then we take it out when we do the order next year. If you look at last year's order, you will see on there that it says to take the year before FY24's Medicaid amount out of the NPS Special Education Stabilization Fund. So I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you. And I have a thought, but I want. Oh, well, I was just going to check in with Councilor.
Okay. It's a lost moment.
Okay. I'll grieve it and move on, and we'll yes. Okay. So, Councilor Clemmer.
Okay. This wasn't what I originally raised my hand for, but I have a new question now. So just to clarify what you just said, Director Nardi, so the money, so they get, the school gets $350,000, and then I don't understand what you're saying about that it rolls into the budget, because they're going to, if they use it for something and then, yeah, I'm not confused, but.
Right, so the order that we presented last year actually stated as part of the general order that the FY 2025, so this would be 24, the FY 24 Medicaid amount, we said we're going to fund the total budget by 129,000 whatever million, excuse me, not 129,000, not enough. 129 million. And this amount is going to come from the Special Educational Stabilization Fund. And that is to support the school. That's the amount. If you look in the budget book under expenses, you will see the appropriation of 43 million for the NPS and then 516,000 additional monies that go to the schools in addition to that appropriation. And that includes this Medicaid amount from the prior year. So when the budget book comes forward, and Director Jones knows this, she's anticipating that she's going to get this money as part of FY27.
Okay. So if we table this or postpone it or don't approve it, then it's going to affect the Jones's budget.
Essentially, the money doesn't move out of free cash. It sits in free cash.
So she's going to come up short.
Well, there's still 700,000 in this, but the idea is that every year we're refilling the stabilization. As we use the money, we're refilling the amount. We're only using the amount that they got to refill it.
So we'll be short then eventually if we don't refill it.
Yes.
So then it'll affect the school's budget and
some down the line.
Because it'll just trickle down every year and then we won't have enough money.
Eventually it will run out, yes.
Okay. Like any other stabilization fund if we overuse it. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nabad. And then I see Councillor Loisel, but I wanted to go.
Thanks. So if we were to table this and do nothing with this, and this money doesn't go into account, it may not seem like very much at all, but it would still be not a loss of interest on the balance that's already in there, but certainly not a gaining of interest. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Loisel.
I just wanted to say I see no reason to table this at all. And I think that I feel satisfied that you created this reserve account for a very good reason. And I'm ready to vote.
All right. Okay. Councillor Robbins, Councillor Stratton, and then I would like to speak, and then I would like to start heading towards, we have a lot to do.
So,
yes, I did.
Yes, no? Okay. Yes. So I actually think this has been an interesting discussion, and it kind of leads, and I'd be ready to vote on it pretty soon too, but it kind of leads to a conversation we're not having, and maybe we could start to think towards it, which is we're talking about how a different department is using its money, and we're not talking to their finance, their budget and property group. We're not talking to that committee, and it would be probably a very rich conversation. We're sort of making assumptions about what their priorities are, or what they need, and maybe we could forward think about having a joint meeting of our finance, and the budget and property, and this might be an agenda item that we put on there for not so future discussion.
Okay. I was going to speak, but do you have something? No, go ahead.
So, as to what Director Nardi said, that there's an expected amount we're going to pull out of this into the school budget, I would basically propose let's rewrite the order. Let's subtract the part we're going to put directly into the school budget that we would be pulling out in the school budget. I mean, this fiscal year, 25,253 was the budget. That pulled out 209K. 25,295 in July pulled out the other 140K. Let's take the part that we know we're going to pull out into the school budget, and we'll put it directly into the school budget. And then let's take the other part and make that this order to put money into stabilization fund. To my colleague's question, the interest is not lost to the city. It is a question of which account it lands in, and that could merit some thought. But we're not giving up the interest. It's just where it lands. And yes, I absolutely think that this would be a wonderful topic to discuss with budget and property. I only regret I'm not on finance. But
okay. So I was just going to say something. I was going to thank the councilors for bringing up some compelling points, we just started unpacking those when we originally approved the establishing of the funds, and I think it's warrants looking at it. It was a new kind of direction for us as a city, and it was something to try, and it served us in some ways. But I have no problem unpacking that and reviewing that, reflecting that, and with the school committee. I think that's fine. I'm not in a position to want to postpone this item, but I think these are great and compelling questions about how we structure our budgets. And I would, as a member of finance, I was going to suggest that as well. That I think having those kind of proactive discussions, not when we have something in front of us that has some consequences, that I would support that as well. And I'd like to, and then after that, I'd like to really wrap this up. Yes, Councillor Loisel.
This is just a question, thanks. The question, well, this is related to what Councillor Robbins said about it's sort of, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to articulate quite, I might make a mistake with what you said, but it seems to me that it's the mayor and the finance director that has the whole picture. That this isn't being decided in a vacuum. I'm assuming that the mayor is talking to the school committee, the school budget people, and so I wondered if the mayor and Director Nardi could address them, because it doesn't seem like I don't think the council is the place to hold that whole thing.
Well, okay.
Just real quickly, you're correct. The order comes from the school committee. It comes from the administrator to the school committee. They have their discussion, and then it comes to a request to the mayor, and we put that order forward to you. Right. That is the process. And
I will just add, though, that it does pertain to council because we have to approve it. So we do have skin in the game, and it's appropriate for us to kind of, to review and kind of look at how the fund is functioning, and is it functioning as we originally, just as the school committee, who was part of that too, can do the same thing. So I think that these are great, compelling issues that what I'd like to look at, but I would really like to move on now.
Very quick point of information.
Okay.
Director Nardi, when you said the order, were you talking about this order, or were you talking about the order to withdraw from the fund that would be originated with the school committee?
Withdrawal.
So this order was not originated with or voted by the school committee?
No, it's part of the policy.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Will you repeat your motion? The motion was to
the motion is to table to postpone this item,
but not to a certain. You didn't say a certain time. You just said postpone. Right.
I mean, the truth is, I hope the mayor will come to us with something else, but I'm moving to postpone this item.
Okay. So yes, roll call.
Councillor Nabad.
No.
Councillor Perry.
No.
Councillor Robbins.
I'm voting no and looking forward to the mutual meeting.
Councillor Stratton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
No.
Councillor Dubbs.
No.
Councillor Clemmer.
No.
Councillor Loisel.
No.
And Councillor Maori.
No. So that does not pass.
1-8. Yeah.
1-8. And just a point of information, let's not extrapolate with our votes. It's hard for, they have to have yes, no. There's other times to do that. So now we have this item still before us. Thank you.
Move to call the question.
Okay. What?
The item itself.
What'd you say?
Call
the question.
Yeah, I heard you, but I was just going to
Does
ask
that
for a
need a
motion.
second? Does that need a second? Oh,
Okay, yes.
it does need a second.
Yeah, I was just going to make a motion to approve, but yes, go ahead. You want to second that? Fine, we'll vote on that. So now we're voting on calling the question.
Okay. Counselor Nabad. Sorry, I started with her last time. Counselor Perry.
Could,
Are we, wait.
so could I have a point of information?
Yeah.
Here.
Yes.
Can I just, so, can we just vote on the item?
It's unnecessary in my opinion because I was about to make a motion to approve,
Right.
but
I withdraw my motion.
no, it's okay. I understand. We're all learning, but that's yes, we
Right,
weren't.
so
Yeah.
I want to make a motion to approve, approve, I don't even know what it was anymore. 26.005 to appropriate the 251,025 to free cash for
I'll second
NPS.
that.
Okay. So now we have the motion to approve.
Okay, so now, already.
Hard to keep up with us.
Counselor Nabad.
So
Wait,
I'm
you
sorry, I
started
started with her
Perry.
last time. Counselor Perry.
I'm still here. Yes.
Counselor Robbins.
Yes.
Counselor Stratton.
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Dubbs.
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Counselor Loisel.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
And Counselor Nabad.
Yes.
Okay.
Council President, can we just take a quick little break?
Yes. Yes, we can. So it is. So let's say 9:30 back here. We'll take a recess. Okay. Welcome back to the February 5th City Council meeting. We are now on to, let me just find our, done there, on the financial orders in first reading. So, 26.011, in order to make a $290,317 mid-year appropriation to NPS. First reading. The process note is that 2 readings are respectfully requested. So we can, if you read on the second financial order on first reading also is asking for 2 readings. We can vote individually on that. If there's comfort level, we could take them as a group to vote on suspending the rules to have 2 readings tonight on both orders.
I move to suspend the rules and vote on both 26.011 and 26.012. Vote on them as a group to suspend the rules on both of those items.
Second. Okay, so that's on, the motion's on the floor? Yes.
That's kind of complicated, both suspending the rules and voting on them as a group.
No, we're just suspending the rules.
Suspending the rules for the group. Fine.
No, we're suspending the rules so we can vote on them. Yeah. Yeah, no, and I thought about doing it individually, which might have been clearer, but it would be good moving forward if we learn when we can group them together, because it is a time saver when you have lots of votes. But no, this is not, there's no motions to approve. We're just waiving the 2 reading issue. Okay, so we're back to, oh, yeah.
I think this is called a process question as
yes.
well. Where it says 2 readings are respectfully requested, is that automatically always on here, or does that come from somewhere? And what does it mean does it sort of mean 2 readings are denied? And we're only, do you see what I mean? Like, being requested by suspending the rules and.
So it's asking, it comes from so this order was sent from the mayor's office.
Right.
Also, counselors say you have a resolution or an ordinance. You can also request that. You don't need to put it on the agenda. We find it helpful if people are kind of know it's coming, the request.
Yes.
So when the order was sent to council, that request was also put there. But it's two readings, and we usually have 1 reading. We would have 1 reading, perhaps a referral, and then a second reading later on. So it's a way of voting tonight on these orders.
I got it. It's backwards of what I was thinking it was.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
No, that's good. I like questions. Okay. So we have a motion to suspend the rules to allow for 2 readings on both items, and we need to do a roll call on that. Oh, yes, I should have said that.
It was you.
Okay. I will. Yes, I should have said that.
Councillor Robbins,
Yes.
Councillor Stratton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Dubbs,
Yes.
Councillor Clemmer,
Yes.
Councillor Loisel,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nabad,
Yes.
and Councillor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes unanimously, so we can consider them both and have 2 readings tonight. So let's get back to the first one, 26. Did Jeremy have his hand up? No. Okay. 26.011. Okay, so yes, I'm just going to pull it up. Mayor, would you like to speak to that, or Director Nardi?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yeah. No rush. Just
I was just
we're
making
ready.
sure I was on the right one.
Yeah.
This is the mid-year appropriation, yes? Okay.
Yes.
So there was a meeting requested by 2 school committee members to discuss a request for a mid-year appropriation. And the members also requested that Superintendent Bonner come with specific recommendations based on current requests from the schools, which she did after conferring with the school principals and the administrative leadership team. So it was all pulled together pretty quickly from the request for a meeting. And then that special meeting was held on January 22nd. And Superintendent Bonner presented the list that she created from the schools for current needs. And her list totaled $586,992. Then, as you heard, members Montgomery, Tomaclo, Stein, and Weisenfreud also created and presented a mid-year appropriation request list, which was $925,000. And member Jewell also created and presented a mid-year appropriation request list. The school committee voted to have the superintendent request the mayor put forward to the council the mid-year appropriation request that was created and presented by member Jewell, and that totaled $790,175. So this was a relatively short special meeting. It had a sort of a hard stop to it because a quorum was going to be lost because it was kind of pulled together quickly. So it was a pretty short meeting. I did ask some questions, and not all the questions could be answered at the time. So it's not true that I didn't deliberate. I actually did. I asked questions in the meeting. And in a meeting with the superintendent and the school business administrator, who's Bobby Jones, after the vote, I learned that the $123,000 that was on Dr. Bonner's list, which was on Dr. Bonner's list and then also on member Jewell's list, which was requested for student services. The business administrator, I think, hadn't been consulted or hadn't weighed in on the list. And she said that she actually anticipates that it will be covered by the state circuit breaker reimbursement program, which we've talked about a little bit tonight. So $123,000 is believed will be covered by circuit breaker off of both of those, both Dr. Bonner's list and member Jewell's list. So there were also multiple capital items included on the list that were either already on the capital improvement plan or had been requested during the SIP process to be on the FY27, FY31 plan, or are capital requests that, if needed, should be added to the SIP. So those total $91,050, and they are on or will be moved to the SIP. And Director Nardi has been working with the school facilities director and the business administrator on those requests. So the financial orders the financial order you have before you includes the items that are listed that were voted on by the school committee and our current requests. The request is to fund these one-time requests for the remainder of the FY25-26 school year with free cash. And those are the items that are listed on the order. And so this order is for $290,317 from free cash. Then with the $123,000 that'll be covered by circuit breaker and the $91,050 that will be covered by capital, the total, all told, $504,367 is being covered.
Great. Okay.
Sorry?
Okay.
So the items from the voted list that were not on the superintendent's list that she got, again, from asking the schools a couple of weeks ago for current requests and priorities are not included in the order. So that is how I came up with this list. Mid-year appropriations are really not how budgeting should work. A mid-year appropriation should be a process for, if it's used at all, for addressing unexpected needs or costs that arise, not for sort of regular budgeting. So, we are in the process of preparing for the FY27 budget, as we've all talked about already. I know the schools are. If there are new programs or initiatives that are being proposed, they should be discussed as part of the budget discussion for the next year, including how their funding will be sustained and not with one-time funds, again, free cash or one-time funds. So, if any of these items that are on this list are going to be proposed to be recurring, then during the school budget process, they'll need to be incorporated into the budget. And not just that, but they will need to be more than doubled from the amounts that are on the list, because it would be for the full year plus rolling over to next year with the increases. So that is this order.
Okay. Councilors, discussion. Yes, Council Robbins and then Council Stratton.
Thank you for that explanation, and I'm certainly ready to vote positively on this, and thank you for the bringing this to our attention. But once again, I feel that there's a line blurred between, and I know the challenge between chair and mayor about what happens here. It would have been really good to have the detail of what was not on the superintendent's list, what was on the superintendent's list, any other information that helps make it clear to us and to the public about what the appropriation was that was made by the school committee and sent to the superintendent to be, and then made an order to be brought to us. And then I think the surprise of seeing a very different number there, and I don't feel comfortable with saying it's a one and done, and I totally agree that we shouldn't have to make mid-year appropriations. I mean, part of what's in here, for example, are paras that every year they're not in the budget for the schools, and every year we have to rehire them, especially for first grades. And it's getting harder to hire paras, I've heard. You know, people don't want to work for the city because they feel like yo-yos being, you know, sent off and brought back in. But in that case, I wonder if we could consider in our discussion asking the mayor as chair to go back to the school committee and ask if there are additional items that should still be added to a mid-year appropriation that they would like to have input on, since they were not consulted. They couldn't. I understand there was a timeline, there was a short meeting, but they weren't consulted directly about the order that was brought forward and the budget that they presented, and trying to really have open discussions about that, and really knowing that what comes from the school committee through the chair, through the mayor, the superintendent's in there somewhere, really respects the role of the school committee in putting forward that original order and in that process. So my ask would be that we go ahead and we approve this as it's standing, but we also ask the mayor to go back to the school committee and ask them if there are any additional appropriation money
Point of order.
they would like to allocate and bring back to us.
Point of order, we're just talking about this now, not going to the school committee and adding. We're just talking about approving this one item right now, so I think.
Well, yeah, we could.
Point of order, what is the point of order being
I'm dealing
made?
with one point of order.
If Council President can handle it.
Yeah, I think it's relevant, but I would ask the counselor to kind of, wrap up because it's getting late. It's relevant because it sounds like she's trying to weigh, different paths. But yes, we could all be, okay. Were you, yeah. Okay, and then.
Counselor.
I think he was next and I was next.
Councilor Loisel has her hand up.
Where is she? Okay. Counselor, okay. Help me keep track of order. Okay. Counselor Loisel.
Me, Lori.
Oh, am I next? I thought. Oh,
did I miss
next?
somebody?
I think I was first, and then.
Were you?
Yeah.
Your point of order wasn't your question. Got it. Is that why your
No.
hand is up?
Oh, no,
Not for the
sorry.
point. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interruptible, but I didn't know if you also just raised your hand. Go ahead.
No, that was.
Go ahead.
Extra. Thank you for explaining that we do actually, we are actually getting $504,067. And I saw I watched the meeting. I also saw what Dr. Bonner and Member Stein and company requested. So, I feel it was available. But last year, I voted positively to support the students with a mid-year appropriation, and I will again support the request of the mayor that the mayor put forward. The amount is less than the request of the school committee that the school committee asked for, because some of the items are already covered by the circuit breaker and the capital improvement plan. It is imperative that we work together and review what is already provided for in the budget. I hope the school committee, faculty, superintendent, and council can collaborate and have a long-term plan to have the mid-year request rolled into the budget. This means having sustainable long-term goals and plans to help all students while also maintaining and supporting the needs of the city as a whole. Reviewing mid-year requests during a very busy budget season is very time-consuming for the staff and disruptive to our budget process. It would be better served to serve the students, staff, and the rest of our community to thoughtfully plan for the future. That's it.
Okay. I see Counselor Loisel and then Counselor Stratton.
Thanks. Just some questions. The mayor seemed to touch on this, but I wasn't quite clear. If the items that are on the list for the mid-year appropriation, will there be an effort in the creation of the next year's budget to roll that into the budget? Is that the intention? That's one question. And the second question is, are the school were the school principals consulted? Are they on board with the things on that list? It seemed like very specific. So I was assuming that, it came from the schools.
Yes, why don't you
Those
answer?
two questions.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
We'll have those questions answered, and we'll go to to Councilor Stratton.
So anything that's on the order you have before you are items that were voted by the school committee that were also on Dr. Bonner's list. Dr. Bonner consulted with the principals and the rest of the alt team and together generated a list of current requests. And so these are all items that they have asked for. The things that weren't included are things that were on this list but were not requested by the schools. And your first question, I'm sorry, I should have written it down. Remind me again.
Well, that's okay. I didn't really express it well, but the things that are on there, like staff-wise,
recurring. Yeah.
will is there going to be an effort to incorporate it roll it into the next year's budget?
So this was one of the things that I asked about, and it wasn't really clear. I think some people are viewing this as one-time requests with one-time funds. I think for some of these positions, there's an interest in having them stay next year. So, for example, the safety monitors are already being hired before this process started or the requests started. Those were already, I think, those jobs were posted and they were being hired for. And there's a belief that they'll be needed next year. So, I've made it very clear that if you want to continue these, the things that are positions next year, you're going to have to figure out how to make them fit within the budget or make decisions about, what priorities are. But it's going to be more than what's being appropriated today with one-time funds. But this is just for this year till the end of the school year.
Okay. Councilor Stratton?
So I think one thing that it is really important to make clear is that the City Council does not have line item authority over school spending. The only items in this that we actually are voting on is specifically the named item are the SIP items, which we don't even have yet, but we will be getting. All of the other, ordinary expenses in this, we are actually only voting on the total. The school committee, of which the mayor is a voting member and the chair, is what will actually allocate that to the uses. So they could spend this money on something entirely different than what's on this list. What I'm hearing the mayor say is that the items that survived in this appropriation were the intersection, the items that were both on Member Jewell's list and Superintendent Bonner's list. And I believe I heard that there were items that were on Superintendent Bonner's list that were omitted because they weren't on Member Jewell's list.
Would you like to respond, Mayor?
And then I would like to continue, but if you could answer that.
I would have to go back and cross-check. I'm not sure that that's accurate. How Member Jewell organized her list was very different than how Dr. Bonner organized her list. Member Jewell kind of consolidated things into chunks. So it was a little bit hard to parse out what she had included in it. But I think it's most of it. And, with the capital parts, being moved over to capital.
So if I could continue, actually, one of the things in the meeting, the 123,000 was not in Member Jewell's list. Superintendent Bonner added that during the meeting. It was penciled in right then and there. And it wasn't even in the document she sent me the next day. Actually, Member Jewell had two different lists. She had a mid-afternoon list, which she sent me, which was substantially closer to Member Montgomery, Tomaclo, Weisenfreund, and Stein's list. And then it changed by the time it got presented. But I think the really key message to my colleagues here is we're talking about the number. The justification doesn't matter. That's the explanation we were given. But we're actually voting on a number. I personally believe this number is far too low, and I sort of believe that the differing explanations for it have been part of the excuse for reducing it. There are two arguments here. I believe that the argument from the mayor's side is, the school committee members asked for things that were no longer needed or were not fillable at this point in the year. And the argument from many members of the school committee is that it is an established fact that this superintendent purposefully obstructs communication between the building principals and the school committees. So in fact, no, the school committee does not have detailed understanding of what's going on, and that is one of our big problems. That lack of communication, that purposeful obstruction of communication has been weaponized through.
Point of order.
Yep. Can we stick to the financial order and not to our theories? I'm sorry, I guessed, what was your point of order? Did you have a point of order? Oh, is it Lori? Oh, I'm sorry. I heard it come over. Who had a point of order?
I called a point of order just because there were allegations being made, and I was just...
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Okay.
Respond?
What?
The allegations are in emails that are public
records. Okay, we're stopping. Okay. I'm going to speak now because I keep... Oh, I didn't... Okay. Yeah. Well, so I'm not sure I agree, and that's a different maybe conversation, but I don't agree with the idea that we're just giving money and it doesn't matter where it's going within the schools. But
that is the law.
No, please stop. Please stop interrupting. I'm taking a minute because when you do that, I actually, I think a lot of us have expressed that it is very difficult to have a conversation when someone is interrupting you. So I'm going to take a minute. Councilor Davis.
Okay. I wanted to just say that I think even though it's been mentioned a bit, it sounds like, since I put my hand up, it is extremely important that the items that are in here are the things that the administrators and the teachers have said that they need. And if we all profess, and I think that we do, love and respect our schools and our teachers and our children and the principals and the secretaries and everything, then we would care what they say they need in their building. So even though it's completely true that we're actually just voting on the total, the itemization helps us see, especially someone who hasn't worked in a school, which is a ton of people. Oh gosh, that's right. They need the clerical help. Oh, that's right. They need these materials. The justification does matter, I believe. And we need to listen to the people that have answered the question. And Dr. Bonner listened to them and wrote it down and presented it. That's all I have to say.
Excuse me, Councilor Clemmer, or Vice President Clemmer, excuse me.
Yeah, it's okay. So if we approve this money, that if we approve it for whatever's on the list, they have to spend it for those items. They can't just take it and spend it on, a basketball court or something.
There's
right.
No, I mean, you are appropriating the money, but this is the process that, we've gone through. So I certainly trust they're going to use it for the needs that they have prioritized with this list. And again, I want to note, so Dr. Bonner was asked to do that exercise and create a list. And so that is what she did.
And I trust she spoke to everybody and saw what needs were there, and that's how she formed the list. And I just think it was interesting that I think Councilor Stratton said, or I don't know if it was Councilor Robbins, that we didn't get the information, we didn't see the lists. And Councilor Stratton just said he got the list before anybody from Member Jewell. And a part of the difficulty that night was that Member Jewell, I believe with good intention, she was trying to compromise with the two lists. But unfortunately, nobody saw it till just a couple hours before, except Councilor Stratton seemed to have gotten some other information.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I just want to clarify. I saw that list at the meeting. It was shown to us on the screen at the meeting. I did not get to see Member Jewell's list before.
Okay.
Dr. Bonner had sent her list before.
Yeah.
The other members had sent it
way before.
Okay. But
I thought it was 2 hours, but okay. Thanks
no,
for
it was
clarifying.
it was shown at the meeting. I didn't know it existed.
Okay, so Councilor Stratton is the only one who saw it before anybody, and a couple versions. You just said that.
No, it's not. What I said.
Stop. Out of order. And okay, Councilor Nabad.
I'm just wondering what the purpose of the joint school committee and city council meeting was, because I think that we could have saved time with lots of questions and discussion at that joint committee meeting. And now this is all happening tonight. And I would like to make a motion to vote on these two orders right now.
Is there a motion? There's already a motion on the. No, no, we suspended. Yeah. We're just talking about the first order. So you're making a motion.
I'd like to make
to
a motion
approve?
to approve.
We don't. Do we already have one? No, we don't. Okay. Okay, and then we can
Point of
continue
order.
discussion.
And I would also like to call the question, which means that we can't have any further discussion on this.
Point of order.
Hold on. I have to deal with one thing at a time. Call the question. We need to vote on that, and then we can continue.
I can pull back on that.
Okay.
I'll withdraw
You're withdrawing. I think. Do we have to vote to withdraw the call the question?
I heard a motion to approve, but I didn't hear a second.
And then, yeah, I know. So there was, but now.
Start of a motion.
So there was a motion to call the question. Well, but.
Don't you have to have the question a motion first?
Yes, yes. Yeah. No, that's okay. We're all learning. I get it. So wait, now we have so right, that's what we were discussing, Counselor, is that you have to have the motion up. And in general, you actually don't discuss until the motion's there for that reason. And sometimes we do it, though, because we're trying to refer. And so that's something to think about, if maybe we should start with the motion. But so we're back to Counselor Davis had a motion to, okay. You had, you did. Okay, Counselor Nabad has a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second? I'll second it.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so the motion to approve 11 is on the floor. Okay. I haven't spoken yet, so I'm going to speak. Councilor Perry, did you want to speak? Okay.
I've had my hand up on the little screen for a while, too.
Okay. Yeah, but we have to go to councilors who haven't spoken yet first. I was just going to say, I wanted to thank the school committee. You know, it's a lot when you first come into these new roles, and it's clear there was a lot of, I can hear, I watched the meeting and I saw the thoughtful dialogue. And I thank the school committee. I thank the mayor for expediently bringing an order to us. I guess I would push back a little, Councilor Klimmer. I mean, I think clearly there's a discrepancy between what Member Jewell and other members had in their list than the superintendent. So I'm not sure, I wouldn't be able to say whether the superintendent actually captured, what others felt were priorities. But I will say that, yeah, I mean, these mid-year appropriations, we of course want, they're really for time-sensitive issues that we need to address before the school year. And we do have a budget process, but I mean, this is the kind of culture that I every budget season I bring up, and I understand with the schools that often the entire scope of need is not known, at the beginning of the school year or even during the budget season. So I get that part, but it's becoming a pattern, and I think we really need to think about. I think it's we know that these are needs that are going to come up to some extent, and I think the culture of having to have all the bodies kind of take on the project and the mayor's office too, and superintendent in the middle of the budget process is a lot. It's certainly better than not meeting the needs that we can meet. And I'd like us to really try to have a robust budget process, especially around the schools, where we kind of really try to change this dynamic and, moving forward as much as possible. Of course, mid-year appropriations will come up, but I think we have to get out of thinking that these needs aren't going to be there when we look at these budgets. Okay, so that was my. That was my comment. You had Councilor Perry, and then he just raised his hand. Okay, Councilor Perry.
Look at us over here.
Yeah. Did I skip?
There's a lot of things going on here. First off, I will always support giving money to the schools. Did it last time. I will do this again. For me, that's not the question. I think the process is the thing, and what I'm feeling. And this is not to place blame on anyone, but I think that when we do rushed work, we don't do effective work. And I think some things could have been explained with clear explanations, like seeing the difference between what was requested. The mayor here today has explained it to us, but I think part of what we do is talk to the public and try and disseminate this information. So just having the knowledge to tell people that some of these things were covered by capital projects, some of these things are going to be dealt with. Circuit breaker goes a long way. That is a point of process for me. And so I want to move to some questions. My question is, we did a mid-year appropriation, and I'm wondering if there were unfilled positions. How much of that money, there's one thing to look to hire folks, especially in government, but it's another thing to actually find people. Just because you put aside money doesn't mean it's always used. So I'm wondering how many positions went unfilled. And again, no disrespect to anyone, because hiring is hard in every industry, whether you're in schools, whether you're in the service industry, fire department, police, it is hard to hire people. The second question I had was just wondering about when the circuit breaker money comes through. So if things are going to be covered, I'm just wondering, when do we expect that to actually occur and happen? And in the interest of time, I will leave it at those two and then maybe circle around.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, Dr. Bonner could not be here tonight. So you're talking about the appropriation we said it was mid-year. It was really towards late in the year last year. I don't think all of it was used, but I don't know how much. I've sort of asked this before and I haven't gotten a clear answer. And I also have asked if there are current vacancies, and I'm not sure of that answer either. And then circuit breaker.
Yep. Sorry. I'm still looking.
For when it.
You can circle back for me like you did last time.
Nope, sorry. So currently in circuit breaker is,
thank you.
So
Sorry.
it comes in throughout the year, October and December. So we're receiving circuit breaker this year. Funds are coming in. Generally, they're held for the following year, is my understanding, to be used. So you make sure you know what you have for the next year. but not always. If you have, and Dr. Jones could, Director Jones can speak to this better than I. If there was extenuating circumstances, sometimes they use it. I think in FY24, they use some of the money for FY25 in 24. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So what I have is, so according, the balance in there for this year is $685,000 for FY26. And we have already received an additional $490,000 that's coming in, and we will receive, I believe, another 2 payments that make up again double that for the end of the year. 4 that would be saved ideally for next year, but I can't speak to how Director Jones plans to spend that. So there's $685,793 sitting in the account for FY26, and they're receiving funds that I cannot speak to how she plans to use them.
And it's reimbursement from the previous
And it's reimbursement from the previous year, correct. And they also sometimes get special funds. So when the funds come in, you can use them for the next year to June 30th. When you get special funds, which they apply for, Director Jones, I think, spoke and said they have to be used that year. So if they receive those special funds like this spring, they have to be used by June.
Council Perry, did you get the questions answered?
Yes, and I will move on to.
Okay. Actually,
everyone's chomping at the bit.
Well, I want to go to Councilor Dobbs because sometimes the people. She has her hand raised. Well. Okay. Okay, Councilor Dobbs.
Okay, thanks.
And then I'll go back to her.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I will, of course, be in support of this because I'm always in support of giving more money to the schools. Just wanted to note that, when you look at when you compare the items list of the school committee to the items list of the mayor's proposal, they're just, sadly, I feel like there is it's glaringly noticeable that when you look at the items that are not included on the mayor's list, which is the special education teacher, the mental health and special education team at NHS, the first grade para educators for each school, it just seems like there's a glaring lack of priority for the students with disabilities when at least for this appropriation that we're talking about now. And so I hope that we will address those other positions that need to be filled as soon as possible, because I feel like there's definitely a glaring difference. There's a glaring. It's glaringly noticeable that the disabled people do not seem to be prioritized on this list. But I will be in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
So again, this list, Dr. Bonner's list, are what the schools themselves said were needed at this moment. And so those were things that they didn't include. And so, I think there are other things that they did include, but those, this is what the schools were asked, and this is what they said were needed. Some of these, I know that on one of the school committee members' list, there were things on the list that had already been filled, that were positions that had already been included in the budget, that had appeared on that list. So I don't know why these weren't requested, but this is what was directly heard from the schools.
Councilor Dobbs, did you?
Sorry. I guess I would just like to see that addressed in some way. Like I would like to know, because these are very important positions.
Right. Yeah. And I actually have a clarifying question about Councilor Dobbs' point. So you're saying that those positions that Councilor Dobbs named were not on the list, and so they were not filled? Or are you saying they were on the list and they were not filled? Now I'm more,
4 items or sections that were not included are the 4 that were not identified by the schools. So they were not on Dr. Bonner's list, which came from the schools.
But were they on Member Jewell's list that passed?
Yes.
Okay.
And she sort of consolidated them from some of them.
Okay.
Had been consolidated from other places. When asked, there was one item that the superintendent didn't know what it was.
Okay.
So these were what the schools had prioritized, is what they gave Dr. Bonner. And I hear that she's on the Zoom. If she wants to, yeah.
Yep, I saw her, but this is I start with counselors because this is a council meeting, and okay, so we have. Let me just find her, and I think I see her. Superintendent, I'm going to unmute you. Wait, where'd she go? Can you see her?
I'm here.
Oh,
Can
good.
you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. I thank you. Good evening to all the counselors, and hopefully I can retain the questions that I was hearing that weren't addressed. So first of all, Counselor Perry, you were asking questions. Were you referring to the mid-year appropriation from last year, and what did we actually spend, and what was remaining?
Yes, that's pretty much if there is.
Okay, so let me give you that amount. So originally the appropriation was $294,883.02. We actually spent $128,427.45 of that money that was allocated for the items that we had requested. So that's that. And then the question about the current vacancies in which we have this year that remain vacant. We have 6 positions. So there is a paraeducator position that's available, a BCBA position, and these are both at Bridge Street. We have 2 paras that we need at Leeds in the high school. We are in need of school psychologist interns, which is separate from our psychologists. And then we are in need of crossing guards. So those are our current vacancies. And then in regards to my list versus what was presented at the school committee and what the school committee had voted on to present to this body. So first of all, my list was developed by requesting what the needs are at the individual buildings and departments. The principals went to their staff and collected a list of items, and we tried to reiterate that this is a one-time request and that these should be one-time items that do not expect that they will follow into the next fiscal year. And so those requests is what was on my list. And I don't even know if you actually have a copy of my list because that's not what was sent to the mayor. The mayor received the list that was voted on in that meeting in January. That list actually did include my requests, but it also included some requests that were remaining from some of the items that were reduced in our asking for our last fiscal year appropriation. And I will point out to you, one was 2 special education teachers, one at Ryan Road and one at the high school. We were able to fill those vacancies and fill that need by asking for the remaining of the Special Education Stabilization Fund. That's how we were able to get those positions. So those positions are no longer needed. And then the request of the first grade paraeducators, that is a request that came from a constituent. It did not come from our staff members or our principals. That was not included in my list. There are some other items that I'm not quite sure what they are referring to, but I believe it's a culmination of some of the things that were on our list that were very specific in terms of what the staff and the principals requested for their buildings. Okay. So hopefully that clarifies some of the questions that you were asking. And Mayor, I have been here for the whole meeting, so I'm sorry that you didn't see me.
Sorry, Dr. Bonner. I didn't realize that. I thought you couldn't attend. Thank you for being here.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Bonner. I think you were up next, Counselor Robbins? Yes. Yeah.
And I'm going to just, I'm hoping that we can.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, is your mic?
I'm hoping we can just sort of think about, so I had a question that was a reaction to our fellow counselor, which has been quite a lag time before I could get back to that. And, sort of, I don't know, the nature of the beast. I really wish that we had all those lists. I wish we had the list that was submitted by the school committee that had these itemized pieces on it. I wish we had the list that, I don't know, it sounds as though you also had a list, Mayor, and then we had a list that that the staff had, and then the list that Dr. Bonner kind of pared down because I'm missing those pieces in it, and it's a dollar amount, really. It's a dollar amount that matters in it, but I do remember there being some things that jumped out at me, and then tonight we heard from students that it doesn't cover the digitalized hall passes, which I'm pretty sure the superintendent brought, saying that was something that was pretty important for moving forward, which might reduce some of the need for hall monitors. I'm not really sure. But I do remember, I think recently we saw some of these positions already advertised before this midterm appropriation. So one question I had was, where was that money going to come from if there had been no mid-year appropriation made that included those positions? And a couple that really concerned me, and one was a request for professional development for teachers to have to create a new, I think it was a comparative government course at the high school. And we have very little professional development money that's in our operating budget. It's a huge, huge loss for our district not to have that. But it was a relatively small amount of money, and I don't see it on this list, and that makes me concerned. But the other final question I have is that the front office clerks in our schools, I don't know what the staffing is at this point, but I thought I saw more than one in the original request. I think for safety's sake, if we don't have human beings in those front offices and, the possible or eventuality of ICE showing up at our schools with nobody there to be able to address them, to go through what I think is a very good school protocol to go through all that. We're just yeah. So I'm going to say again that it would be really good if we could go ahead and if people are ready to do it, to be able to vote on this and approve it and send it back, but also to request that the mayor chair go back to the school committee and get some feedback from them about whether or not this is what they came to the mayor to say, we really want you to bring forward, and have that conversation that hasn't really happened yet in the paring down.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. I want to, and I understand that these things are kind of relevant, but we've done a lot of rounds. This is an up or down vote on this order, and we have a whole budget process. To kind of talk, to talk about the entire school budget and what needs to be. Yeah, no, and it's fine that you said that, but I would like us to start focusing on this up or down vote for this. So that's the kind of comments I'm looking for, especially from folks who have spoken. Yes. Yes.
So I also have a frustration at the latency of being able to respond to a very basic factual issue and something that was said that is factually incorrect. It was said from lack of knowledge, I think, more than anything. And it basically concerns open meeting law. We cannot talk amongst ourselves, amongst more than four, and that also holds for the school committee. And the consequence of that is that the school committee cannot be having a mailing list war of dueling motions. Okay, you can put out a motion, but you can't keep putting out different variations. That would be an open meeting law violation. So, I am not a member of the school committee. I called up Member Jewell and I said, I hope you vote for the mid-year appropriation. She said, I'm working on something else with a few people, which is very appropriate. One group had a proposal, another group had a proposal. They're not supposed to be trading their proposals outside of a public meeting.
I feel this is off topic.
It's not off topic. I'm getting to my topic.
It's off topic.
Okay.
That's one of about three things I have to say.
No, this is our last round, and I think we were talking. Other people talked about the process, and so Councilor Stratton can also weigh on that. But then I am looking to wrap this up, and I'm not going to keep doing rounds. So we'll let you finish, and then I'm hoping that we will vote. So finish what you're talking.
Member Davis made some very important comments about, targeting the actual needs. And I hope people are aware that Monday night, the reading scores for JFK come out, and they are abysmal. They are terrible. And there is nothing in here that addresses that. Okay. If we were going to allow it, I would really like to ask, the mayor and the superintendent, what constraints were put on what building principals were allowed to ask for in this. I mean, we sort of heard a statement that these needed to be one-time items, which sounds like, temporary staff, tutors, not licensed staff, not interventionists, not teachers.
Okay, we need to wrap it up, though, because you've made your point, but we have an order in front of us.
I would like to make a motion.
Thank you.
To amend the item by striking the second whereas clause. And leaving
have
only
a motion on the floor. Wait, so would we have to vote on that before he can amend? Let me think. I think we have to vote on the original motion before we can, or remove the original motion. I don't know.
I withdraw my motion.
Yeah, and yes, I think that we'd have to. The motion's on the floor.
Yeah, I guess you can make a motion to amend within a motion to approve.
I will withdraw my motion in the interest of time.
Okay, well, it wasn't seconded. If it was seconded, we actually, I believe, have to vote on withdrawals, but we're still debating that. So anyway, okay. So the motion to approve, and there has been a second, and I would like to get to a roll call. Roll call on approval of 26.011.
Councillor Stratton.
Can you amend?
No.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Dobbs.
Yes.
Councillor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councillor Loisel.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Councillor Nabad.
Yes.
Councillor Perry.
Yes.
And Councillor Robbins.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're on, we've already waived the need for two readings for 26.012 in order to reprogram $75,000, $161 from various IT accounts for NPS Chromebooks. Again, this is two readings. We've already waived it. I would actually entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
A second. Okay. And if the mayor would like to have any
Sure. And
explanations before we deliberate.
Director Ottaviani is also here, but so this is a reprogramming funds because there is a need to purchase more Chromebooks. So these are some remaining funds in these accounts that you see. That is what the purpose would be for. If you have more specific questions.
Yeah, we'll go to, Director? Hold on, the second,
Yeah, just a second on the motion to approve that, yes, made by Councillor Davis, right? Oh, Stratton, I'm sorry. Were you the second on the motion to approve the Chrome?
Oh, wait, did we, I thought there was a second.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I should have announced it, though. I should have called one. So we'll give it to Councilor Perry.
Okay.
Okay, great. Yep, I know. Thank you. Yes. So the motion's on the floor. So yes, if the director has anything he would, Ottaviani would like to add before, they don't have their hand up, but.
Just this is a pretty critical request that comes from the school. The IT department tried to help the school as much as we can, and that's why we try to repurpose this capital funding. The breakage this year is very, very significant. If we don't create or acquire new devices, we'll reach a situation that the student may not have enough. This comes from the fact that the fleet is aging, so it's reached a point that the device cannot be repaired anymore or run the actual software anymore. We try to use already every other fund we have operationally, but that's definitely not enough. We are happy to sort of damage our capital budget for infrastructure to help the needs. Also, that would help with the new hall pass solution that the high school just purchased, which actually the IT department paid for. That will require about 70 Chromebooks, which is a pretty significant number. The amount we are asking for should allow us to get about 250 devices, so enough to cover that need and have enough stock for at least till the end of the school year.
Thank you, Director.
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments before we vote?
I just want to thank Luigi for buying the hall passes, and then I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We already did.
We did
It's
it?
already on the
Okay.
motion, yeah. So.
Never mind.
Okay. Any other discussion before we vote? Okay. Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Dobbs.
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Counselor Loisel.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Nabad.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Robbins.
Yes.
And Counselor Stratton.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes. Thank you. All right. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we are on to financial orders in second reading. Okay, so we're on to 26.004 in order to appropriate enterprise retained earnings to various projects. Second reading was referred to finance, positive recommendation from finance. And yes, so motion, yes.
I've had a chance to look at this and seen Director Lascalia's presentation more than once. And so I would move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so motion was made by Councilor Perry and seconded, actually it was seconded by Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
It was, okay.
Florida delay.
Okay. Any other discussion before we vote? Okay. Roll call on approval of 26.004.
Counselor Dobbs.
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Counselor Loisel.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Nabad.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Robbins.
Yes.
Counselor Stratton.
Yes.
And Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Okay. So that passes unanimously. And we are on to ordinances not yet referred. Okay, we don't have any that we have. Well, yes, we have 26.010, an ordinance relative to all-way stop control for Finn Street at Prospect Street, first reading. And just, point of information, I guess, that it's required that this motion be referred, not this motion, this ordinance be referred to legislative matters. So this is, so a motion to, were you making a motion?
Can I make a motion to refer to legislative matters?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Nabad and seconded by Councilor Robbins for referral to legislative matters, which is meeting on Monday. So that's convenient. Okay. So the motion's on the floor to for referral. The conversation should be about referral. Yes.
Well, there are disputed issues in material fact in this proposal, which would need to be substantiated by documentary evidence before the council, or more specifically, legislative matters on Monday could take a step towards approving it. And I don't think, this came up in transportation and parking in the fall, and these questions were raised, and there's been no progress on them. So I worry that, legislative matters isn't actually going to be able to vote on this. They're basically just going to have to ask for the missing information. Specifically, this is a very technical proposal. There are rules about how stop signs are assigned. We can't just go put them anywhere by legislative fiat. And the rule is basically either you need an engineer to say, as a matter of engineering judgment, I believe there should be a stop sign here. Here am I just made up my original reasons, sign it, stamp it. Or there needs to be one of these numerical criteria
Point of
solved.
order.
Yep.
Point of order.
Yes, what's your point of
Explaining
order?
the missing information, but
That we're getting into the content of this, and this is a vote about to refer to legislative matters.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. My ruling is that I think Councilor Stratton is trying to address the referral to legislative matters, but I do hear you.
Well, can I just say one more thing? But I want to hear, what Director LaScalia has to say then about it, because he's giving his opinion about this ordinance.
Okay, but we're still okay. But I'm still we're still. Were you finished?
So I don't know if my colleague has read the report that comes with this order. I'm sorry, it unfortunately was not attached directly to it. And by the way, I would like to include David Valleda's wonderful letter by reference in the minutes. This is a numerical argument for why
this is about referral, so let's keep it to
yes.
referral. Okay.
And unfortunately, what was raised in transportation and parking in Engineer Valleda's letter, and for many of us, is that the numerical claims do not seem to be correct.
Okay.
And they basically need to be substantiated by a second reference. Or there needs to be an argument made not on numbers, but on basis of engineering judgment. And so I think we're going to have to, on Monday, put out a request for this missing information. So yes, we can refer it, but just understand, I don't think it's actionable on Monday.
Well, it's not. I mean, you get a vote, and so do the other members. And if you're not comfortable, you can. This is you'll be issuing a recommendation, so you can vote neutrally or negatively if you are, as a member of legislative matters, at the point, or any of the members are not comfortable because they don't feel they have enough information. That's your right to do that at that meeting. Okay. Yes, Council Vice President. If it's about the referral, about referring it to legislative matters, but not.
Councilor Stratton was saying about how we came to this conclusion that.
I would really like it to be about the referral. I mean, if you want to directly.
Stuff he says is inaccurate, and I was at the meeting in November, and
Yeah.
I can make it brief, but I just.
Well, I would really I would like to move on to if it's not about referring and the pros and cons of referring. I believe Councilor Stratton brought that up because he was weighing the pros and cons of the referral. At least it started that way. So if you're not.
Well, there was a study though that.
Okay.
By Boston O'Neill, so.
Yep. And we're still on the referral. So are we ready to vote on this referral to legislative matters? Great. Okay, roll call.
Okay. Councillor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councillor Loisel.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Councillor Nabad.
Yes.
Councillor Perry.
Yes.
Councillor Robbins.
Yes.
Councillor Stratton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
And Councillor Dubbs.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the referral to legislative matters was a unanimous. Okay. Moving on to, let's see, we don't have any.
I will move to adjourn.
Yes.
Oh, wait a second.
Well, to see if anyone had new business. Okay, next time I have to, I do have to ask if anyone has new business.
And in fact, I do.
Okay.
You have a written?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate this.
That's fine.
I
So
appreciate
as new business, this is being introduced. It is not for discussion until next time. I don't know if I should read the title, read part of this. What's the procedure here? Email it to everybody. Email it to the president and clerk.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I will look this over. I mean, how long is it?
It's one page.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. There's 2 copies there.
Oh, is that what that was? Oh, I was wondering why there was this for somebody. Okay. Oh, Laura. So this isn't. We're not. We're not going to debate.
We're not
this,
going to debate it. No.
But let me just hold on. Do we normally read it even if we don't debate it?
I don't think we've had a.
Yeah, in a long time. I think we
submitted
had
one.
one once, but I don't remember if we read them.
I
Do you
mean,
remember?
It seems like to just say what the title of
Yeah,
the order
I think
would
I
be.
think I think we can just say the title. I will say the title, and then we will. It's not. We can't debate it at this meeting, but it says 0.26 to amend the council rules to create the position of attorney to the city council. All right, and I mean I could recess and see if we should read the whole thing, but I think that we can.
I don't think they give
all
it
right.
further instructions.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
That's why. Okay, so that was the new business. Thank you, Counselor, and yes.
I will now make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. roll call on adjournment and no discussion on adjournment.
Where did we start? Counselor Loisel.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Nabad.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Robbins.
Yes.
Counselor Stratton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Dobbs.
Yes.
And Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Okay, we are so adjourned. Thank you, counselors. Great work.
There you go.